Amygdala Hijack Part 3, The Wasting. Descent to the Cataclysm. An auto-narrated audiobook. Copyright 2019 by Cort. Episode 19, Nucleator. Molly remained shaken that evening by Cloud's graphic descriptions of the genetic mishaps that he was increasingly seeing at his hospital. Most off-target tech stories had been pushed to the back pages of the news media over the last few years, a victim of overexposure that finally became aged and uninteresting, similar to any bad news that continues droning on. She had all but forgotten about the less fortunate in the GD community, those who were irreparably damaged. But she understood there was more to the story. So many small-time entrepreneurs were developing their own concoctions and offering them for profit to the less fortunate. These thousands of black market labs created unapproved and unlicensed GD tech to meet the burgeoning market demand, while staying one step ahead of the police and regulatory authorities in the various countries. In a sense, GD tech was simply an extension of underground products that had always existed in society, like fake designer luggage or pirated movies. One thing was different, however. It had the ability to maim or kill. Ears, she pondered, was one of the lucky ones, perhaps even the genetic 1%. Due to his family's money and societal position, he had the wherewithal to pay for the most highly tested therapies. Today's GD was all about the new ease of creation, the lowering of the bar using mail-order lab systems and genetic material such as natural and synthetic amino acids. Open-source software from the cloud enabled immediate proficiency, even allowing novices to fabricate unlimited recipes of both human and non-human genetic material. Indeed, grade school kids are some of the most innovative at this, she laughed, feeling a bit uncomfortable at the thought. She couldn't get Cloud's last reference out of her mind, the example of the man who checked into the with 3 partial legs and open nerve bundles protruding from his shin. It prompted her to investigate the many untold horrors of homegrown GD tech, confirming her worst fears about the pace of social and technological changes that were actively clashing head-to-head. And it wasn't like it was just happening in Boston. She knew Cloud's description was the iceberg's tip of what was occurring elsewhere in the world. Particularly disturbing were the human-animal variant experiments. In some cases, human and insect DNA were being combined and then rubbed onto or injected in the human donor, creating all manner of hybrid horrors. The freakish results ranged from serrated bug-like appendages sprouting from various parts of a person's body, to antennae or translucent wings growing from the back. She wondered about humanity's ability to adapt quickly, maybe too quickly, sometimes allowing abhorrent deviations to forever swivel the realm of normalcy. It started innocently enough, she thought, staring at the small yin-yang symbol on the underside of her left wrist. Even I experimented with a minor GD skin tattoo, right there. 12 years old. You can't blame me. It was in her early days of interest in all things Chinese and Buddhist, which eventually led to her commitment to Chinese martial arts. Funny. Mom let me use rub-on GD tech for that, but she strongly opposed tattoo parlor needles. If she only knew then which of those ended up being the more dangerous option. She thought of her many friends who made similar decisions while in the impressionable years of youth. It was the yearning desire to be different, the willingness to take a risk, an unknown and possibly life-changing risk, if only to differentiate oneself and stand out with daring. GD tattoos were so easy that they had become the norm across a wide swath of society. They were painless and often beautiful additions to a person's skin, with few side effects. However, one thing generally led to another. It was hard to stop after getting that first blood-red heart-shaped tattoo on your palm. The next thing you might choose was a cleft chin or dimples. Something like that involved considerably more genetic recoding than minor skin color changes, with associated muscle, bone, and connective tissue modifications. From there you might step up to more expansive augments, like enhancing one's sense of smell or touch. Then on to exotic changes, such as embedding mammalian or animal or metallic components, in a deeper way, into the body's genetic infrastructure. The mechs, she considered, are the hairy edge of this new wave. For them, augmentations typically started with metallics. That was helped along considerably by the recently discovered GD tech that allowed better adherence of flesh and muscle to metallic components. Brain-computer augmentations were a natural next step. These gave a metallic heavy mech the capacity to counterbalance superior physical capabilities with equally superior mental capacities, coupled with enduring knowledge resource databases in the cloud. As luck would have it, the mech that kidnapped her was not yet endowed with all the new features and functions. This allowed her to outsmart and surprise him with a deadly hand strike to the throat. However, she knew that if there was a next time, she might not be so lucky. And with a part of the mech community targeting her, Peter, and Ears, she realized that could happen at any moment. What are we doing that disturbed them so? She pondered. It's only a podcast. Everyone gets an open mic for their idea. And nobody knows how to handle the threat from the obelisk, assuming there is even a threat. It's not worth killing people or creating anarchy in the streets, is it? If everyone could just take a little step into the variant divergences, they might understand that we can still maintain unity. We must act like a single race of beings, despite our growing differences in capabilities, and despite our functional, genetic and physical and mental divergences. But as much as I'd like to think we could work together, humanity's chronicle will likely point to a negative outcome, perhaps terminally negative. We're shifting things around, Ears indicated as they sat at the breakfast table. It was Tuesday morning, and they both had noticed Peter return to the condo in the early morning after his long night out. Too much to drink, bub? Molly snickered while straightening his collar. Or was it something or someone else that kept you up? Peter mumbled imperceptibly, and Ears continued with his plan. I moved Nucleator to today because we're trying to balance this out. We ran OmniBev last Wednesday, Peter's girl Jessica last Friday to even greater numbers than before, and we're running the Bard tomorrow and Ort Cloud on Friday. Jennifer, Peter pleaded. Ears ignored his retort. Beyond Nucleator, we have 2 more interviews this week. Sorry, but I crammed them in as much as possible. I'm getting worried, honestly. About what? He inquired. Did you take a gander outside, my friend? It may be Boston in early fall, and your mind may be on foot massage interludes, but things aren't normal. We're being put out there considerably more in the media, and I can't keep people away. We had 3 uninvited gents pounding at the door yesterday. Your friends, Molly, had to convince them to leave. And I'm getting heat from the condo's property managers. Word's out. They know where we are. The they is everybody who wants a piece of us, for good or bad, Molly stressed. Ears nodded. Indeed. I'm not sure how long we can keep this up, so we need to do a fast finish or risk finishing off ourselves. Back to what we're doing then. We had the weekend and a good Monday off, but that means we have 3 interviews this week on 3 consecutive days. I told your friends, Molly, and they're sticking with us. The money helps there, I'm guessing. Also, I'm not even trying to get more advertising spots, since it opens the Pandora's box to meet with ad salespeople. In this unpredictable environment, I want to limit any needless exposure. Ears stopped for a minute to grab a drink of water at the sink. At least the water and lights are still working, though I'm probably not irrational to worry about that. Mechs or other groups are wreaking havoc everywhere in town. For whatever reason, however, it seems the most virulent and reactive are the non-variants. Regular people. Present company excluded, of course. I'm noticing disturbing, virulent reactions, especially among the strongly religious types and ardent genetic purists. always fearful that the new ways will upset the balance of their increasingly tenuous belief systems. Well said, my friend, Molly interjected. He continued. Now let me get back to the 3 on tap. The nucleator interview is today, finally. Been waiting to see what his crazy-ass thoughts are on spreading nukes to the masses. Believe it's a different perspective from our Poison Paul friend. Then we'll tone it down on Wednesday with the unager on societal issues of aging tech. Pretty non-controversial. After that, on Thursday, it's the brokers, the 2 folks who are profiting in the various markets from these new alien invader defense strategies. They love our show and what we've done so far for their business. Wall Street types, but they work here in the financial district. After those folks, we have 2 more interviews, Toxafiend and Hats. Peter was still groggy, but he chuckled at the last comment. Ears, these guest names are outrageous. Molly looked pensive. What is it? Ears wondered. Slap me. What? Peter's eyes grew wide. Who slapped you? Todd the ass. It was a punch, really, but I blocked it enough and it barely landed. No damage. The son of a bitch. Peter shot up from the table. Why would he do that? She hung her head down. Things were not going well between us, even before the obelisk. It's those pervasive and perverse victimhood and other emotional issues. I'm trained and should have seen this all along. Ears comforted her with a hug. No reason ever to hit a woman. Never, Peter repeated. Can I punch his lights out? Peter, don't you dare, she warned. He'd punch yours out, I'm afraid. Big guy, big muscles versus wimpy, skinny guy whose only muscles are in his jaw. He was angry at various things, but it wasn't all me, as I'm near perfect as a mate. Then what was it? Ears inquired. I don't know how to state it other than tension and fear. He consumes far too much media, particularly the ultra-conservative kind whose message has been to eliminate other voices, blame everyone else but themselves for their situation, the cowards, and arm each of us with God knows what killer tech. It's a sense in the air, like you were mentioning, Ears. Everyone's irritated and volatile. Society is an open vat of turpentine left sitting for months in a closed garage, then someone walks in with a lit cigar. As that hairy detective said, people are being pushed from their foundations. The weaker the foundation, the more likely they'll spin off the edge. Meanwhile, media whores profit from stoking the fires. Regardless of his rationale and apologies, however, I can't excuse it. I understand all too well how a single strike can maim or kill, and you recall I was just there in my unfortunate interlude with that mech. Todd crossed the decency line last night. Once crossed, there's no going back. Peter gently touched Molly's chin and surveyed her face. Lucky the bastard didn't hit you in the ribs. Sorry, Ears sympathized. Glad to talk with you if it helps. Not meaning to change the topic so soon, but we must get moving, you two. Nucleator's driver picks us up in an hour. Oh, Molly confessed. I need to shower. Again, why is he picking us up versus him coming here? He indicated for his safety and ours. And my buds on guard? Can they follow? Ears clenched his jaw. He requested us only but assured me his driver is not a guy you mess with. I sense he's well armed and capable, from the sound of it. Feels squishy, Peter protested. Where's this dude from again? Had you been here last night, we might have discussed the details, Ears snickered. He's ex-gov and industry, a muckety-muck at the NRC, and now in a related area of private equity. I don't believe there'll be a black sheet between us, but I bet he'll be veiled in secrecy, like our control-freak friend Stu. Molly didn't wait for the last sentence and ran into her room. Peter peered at Ears. You think she'll be ready in an hour? You may need to extract her from the usual bathroom fetish time. Good luck with that. At 10:30, a knock came at the door, and Peter answered. Expecting a large bodyguard dressed in a black suit and donning dark sunglasses, he instead saw a thin, short young man with a friendly face and outstretched hand. "I'm Aaron. Very nice to meet you." Peter immediately had second thoughts about whether suspending their guards from Molly's martial arts studio was such a good idea. "Sorry to be blunt," Peter insisted, "but we just let go of the friends guarding us. I assume Ears informed you of our troubles and threats, including Molly's kidnapping. Should we be good with that?" Aaron smiled as if he'd heard this many times before. He reached behind his back with both hands and pulled out two 9mm pistols. "I have my own defenses plus an arsenal in the vehicle. When you go where my friend goes, particularly these days, you don't mess around or you'll get messed around with." He smiled again. "And despite my looks, I'm 30% mech in all the right places." He unbuttoned his sleeve and pulled it back to show a small scar that ran in a straight line from wrist to elbow. The man's response caused Peter to break out in a cold sweat. Despite his belief that he held no biases against any hybrids, mechs made him uncomfortable, particularly after Molly's episode. He wiped his forehead and yelled, "Molly! Ears! The driver's here, so let's go." They boarded two long seats at the rear of the van. The vehicle was compartmentalized and provided no visibility to where they were being driven. A small amount of light from the van's front window filtered through an otherwise opaque separator between them and the driver. Molly was nervous and leaned over to whisper in Peter's ear. "Mech," she asked. Concerned that Aaron could hear their conversation, Peter nodded his head. Molly smacked her lips and stared at the top of the van. "How far, Ears?" "Did he say?" "Little more than an hour." The hour passed slowly, with the team hardly conversing. The van finally pulled off the pavement and onto a rough dirt road full of potholes. "Be sure you're buckled up," Aaron warned, directing his message back to the trio. "We're in a rural area, and the rains did considerable damage." "What do your senses tell you?" Ears whispered to Molly. "Let's discuss afterwards, assuming all is okay. Hope it's not a radicalized mech arrangement we've fallen into." "He checked out in my thorough review of sources, so we'll be okay," Ears assured her. Aaron stopped the van and walked to the sliding door to let them exit. "Here we are. Not your typical office park, but privacy is key. Hard to find a place more private than this." The van was parked beside an old wooden farmhouse. A cold wind whipped up leaves from the large trees surrounding the structure, and Molly wished she had brought a heavier jacket. "Is it warm indoors?" she inquired. Aaron didn't acknowledge her question, but instead he walked back to the driver's door and got inside. "That's odd," Molly exclaimed. "Guess we're supposed to knock?" Peter was just raising his hand to the farmhouse door when it opened. A gangly, aging, frail man appeared wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Gray wool pants barely hung on his frame, held in place by a tattered pair of blue and red suspenders. He wore clean white socks but no shoes. "Caught me early. I usually stay awake until sunrise, so apologies for the wardrobe." The man motioned them to sit at a rickety oak table. "I approve of this place, but it only has electricity if I turn the generator on. Everyone warm enough?" "I'm a bit cold," Molly admitted, rubbing her arms. The man grabbed a handful of logs from a wicker basket and stuffed them into an old black potbelly stove that barely heated the small house. "They don't make them like this anymore. Nearly 200 years old, this one, manufactured not long after Ben invented them. Imagine the people who talked around this." "Anyone for coffee?" he asked, putting a small kettle on the stovetop. "Nothing fancy. Instant." "No thanks," Peter replied as Ears and Molly nodded their heads. "You got a name for me. I like that. Nucleator, which means one who creates a nucleation. Fits the facts in this case. Mind if you call me Padre for the interview? How do we get started? As Peter and Molly explained the interview process to him, Ears placed the Sony on the table. Then Peter began the interview. Today is a follow-up to our Poison Paul episode, in which we had an expert discuss how we might disperse nuclear devices globally as a poison pill of sorts. In a twist on that perspective, our guest today is an expert in tactical nuclear devices for defensive purposes. We're discussing the various ways we might defend ourselves against imminent threats. We're calling him Padre at his request. Padre is appropriate, as I'm old enough to be a father to each of you. Maybe even grandfather, he laughed hoarsely. Peter continued, in that regard, how long have you been associated with the nuclear industry? My boy, the pertinent question is more likely around how much time did I spend inventing and manufacturing nuclear weapons? That answer is more decades than you can shake a stick at. Great. How have those weapons changed over time? That question gets right down to it, doesn't it? Do you remember the names of the first nuclear devices dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Not quite, Peter admitted. Little Boy and Fat Man. You ever seen them? Not sure. Maybe in online images. Son, that ordnance of 90 years ago was first generation. Big and bulky, hard to handle, and took a boatload of people to deliver and detonate. As one might imagine, we are many, many generations beyond that. Understood, and that kind of progress is only natural over time, I suppose. So what are you suggesting relative to the obelisk and any perceived threat? I appreciate your directness, Peter. Let's get to the razor line. I'm as skeptical as the next guy whether there's any certainty of a threat, but I'm also a realist. A realist says to himself, hey, are you prepared to do what you must do today to make sure you'll wake up tomorrow? Now, people respond to that in multiple ways. Some brush their teeth so that poor dental health doesn't kill them. Others go for a bike ride. Still others visit your local gun shop. How does that get us to personal nuclear devices? Molly interjected, uncharacteristically intervening early in the conversation. Or should I have said, nuclear devices for the masses? Peter's eyebrows raised. He was surprised that Molly was worked up enough to ask a question this early in the interview. Glad you asked, young lady. I'm feeling a little anxiety from you, which is understandable. Any sensible person should ask that same question. If you go back to the Little Boy and Fat Man days, we were dealing with a highly toxic product that affected a large swath of territory with mushroom clouds and fallout for hundreds of miles. These were big nukes intended for big destruction. Those products are far different from what I'm suggesting. Which is? Peter wondered. Very small-scale nuclear products for personal protection. Pocket nukes, if you will. I'm not even talking battlefield scale in this case. I've been around a long, long time and seen every fear and hatred, as well as every weapon designed to alleviate that fear or crush that hatred. Take your bullets or other explosive ordnance, for example. They may work okay on a traditional battlefield, and they don't possess the lasting side effects of some nukes. But I'll get to that in a minute. My point is that our traditional ballistic weapons, and this is no news to your listeners, are clearly ineffective against any Martian invaders. Mind you, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't use traditional weaponry. Only that we swing the odds in our favor by augmenting one's personal protection with nuclear-based products. I can't imagine what that might entail, Molly countered. Are you inferring we should hand out nuclear grenades to every family? He tilted his head in response and grinned. Perhaps it goes to that level, even to every person. But isn't that crazily dangerous? She continued. That's giving every human being on Earth a nuclear grenade or similar. And what is the tech in this? Peter asked. It's easy to go overboard on mushroom clouds and preconceptions. The DoD and their equivalents around the world have been working on small-scale devices for decades. Billions of dollars invested. Search on the terms and you'll find these weapon systems are nothing new. They may not be available in mass quantities at this juncture, but they are easily reproducible to allow 8 billion plus to be manufactured within a year. We're talking state-of-the-art, foolproof products, unlike other responses to this threat and consideration. You generally don't see your Joe average cooking up the latest nuclear device, but you damn well see them creating a variety of other lethal concoctions. And yes, I'm referring to this rash of volatile street GD tech, but not exclusively. You're assuming, Peter suggested, that because nuclear devices are controlled under watchful eyes, and GD tech is arguably not, nuclear should be the clear winner as alien attack weapon number 1 in our personal arsenals? Molly was wringing her hands, visibly disturbed by this line of reasoning. But there's a difference we haven't discussed. How do you explode this personal nuclear grenade without putting yourself and others in proximity, in severe danger? I'm not suggesting this type of weapons tech doesn't bring other risks with it. For example, if you use nanoprobes or such, you'd need to inoculate yourselves against them. Same thing if you used other chemical or biological agents. No simple answers to any defense. Yet we have ways to shield ourselves from small tactical devices. This may include GD tech to build protoplasmic resistance to radiation in humans. I believe your poison friend inferred that. We've honed such tech in recent years, and that's as far as I can go without exposing too much on the topic. Trust me though, we have ways to mitigate the effects of radiation. Peter was picking up on Molly's energy. On the impracticality idea, doesn't this presume the holder of the grenade is mature and sensible enough to use it responsibly and not in a road rage incident? Add to that, this assumes we'll encounter beings like us who are susceptible to such weaponry, in contrast nanobots or much smaller agents that may not be. The teapot on the stove whistled, and Padre got up to make his instant coffee. He turned to them, teapot in hand. "Are you sure you're good?" he asked. They nodded, and Padre sat back down. Where were we? Oh, susceptibility. Nobody has the snickerdoodle on what tech these aliens may possess in their arsenals. Nobody. Our optimal course, however, is to give it our best shot and prepare ourselves to the hilt. What would that look like? Peter queried. He took a sip of coffee and drew a deep breath. Different than you might imagine. It's likely not news to you, but some voices are calling for a full-scale militarization of the global kind, back to your question about maturity and training. Call it a global army, if you will. I'm not implying that every 2-year-old should be conscripted, but certainly every person capable of reasoning. And for your listeners, I don't want them imagining they'll leave home and march onto a battlefield with a nuclear grenade in hand. Far from it. Do you know the Swiss? The Swiss what? Peter wondered, surprised at such a silly question. How the Swiss go about national defense. Every citizen is a soldier and does some type of national or active duty. Many are trained in combat and use of weapons. They also often practice on their own turf, as if they were being invaded. This is only a suggestion that, given the imminent danger, we should institute a similar strategy across every country. Peter smacked his lips. I'm not sure I fully understand, so can I paraphrase? This plan takes every able-bodied person on Earth and gives them military or personal protection training. They then have access to small-scale tactical nuclear weapons and receive training on how to use them. Correct? He nodded. Yep, an Earth army of sorts. It's being suggested at some levels. What's the harm in doing this? If this is our last shot, wouldn't you rather we go out with 8 billion smaller bangs and leave a dead planet for the few aliens that survive, than surrender to almost certain annihilation without any bang at all? Give them hell, in other words. This is not a poison pill, like your earlier guest suggested. That plan doesn't rely on 8 billion touchpoints, which is a response almost impossible to mitigate. It means putting forth the good fight, a fight for our existence as the dominant species on Earth. Understand? Peter was wondering how volatile this line of thinking might be, and how it could be construed by his FBI visitor as melting a glowing red cauldron on the stove versus turning the burner down. How widespread is this strategy, and where is it being discussed? Ears interjected, I'm seeing discussions in news feeds and social nets. The more conservative ones, anyway. Got it, Ears. I envy you for your ability to take in more of those feeds than I. Age is no friend to the aged, and it's much harder to improve yourself with augmentations after your DNA has seen as much wear and tear as this body has. Cells lose the code that made you who you originally were. Damn telomeres. Back to the point, however. Although it may be a surprise to your audience, what we're discussing today is becoming mainstream thought, peeking out from unnoticed corners as a viable strategy for handling this threat. There's no reason to welcome these creatures. I'm good with using personal nuclear arms to put up a fight, but open arms, no, he chuckled. Peter put his hand to his chin. He thought this discussion was so on edge that it should stop before going further. Padre, I hate to say it. We're out of time for today, but we appreciate the discussion. Food for thought. Nukes for thought, Padre added. The three thanked Padre and boarded the van. Aaron said nothing other than to watch them step into the vehicle. About halfway home, he finally spoke up. Any of you recognize this vehicle, or its occupants? Aaron activated the rear camera display on a drop-down screen. They peered at the car following them, then at each other. No, Molly insisted, nobody we recognize. Face and license search, Aaron commanded to the van's computer. They knew what this meant, facial recognition software to match the occupants to databases. A few seconds later, a voice replied, no matches. Not matching, he repeated. They must be wearing face putty. See the gent in the passenger seat? His nose is too big for his face. A laughable hatchet job. I'm in heavy traffic and will try to lose them. Your seats have grips at the bottom if we swerve. Hang on. At that, Aaron hit the accelerator. They heard the van's electric motor whir as they picked up speed. They're following, he warned while glancing at his rear camera and navigating past the slower-moving cars in front of him. Median. Aaron yelled as the vehicle's tires climbed over a traffic separator. They could tell that half the vehicle was raised on the median, but still barreling down the road. He then slammed the brakes to a screeching halt, and the smell of burning rubber filled the van. The suspect vehicle was now 2 cars behind them, and traffic was backed up at a stoplight. Mex, I assume, he concluded. Molly was breathing deeply, doing her best to avoid fear. While Peter and Ears were glued on watching their assailants, she looked away from the screen, closed her eyes, and meditated. Too many events in my life, she thought. How many times did I face opponents? I never fear that, and I fight all the time in class. Fighting is in the fiber of my being. It doesn't matter that they mostly were kung fu brothers and not out to hurt me. I am a warrior mind regardless. How do you know it's Mex? She asked, opening her eyes. While concentrating on timing the light as it turned from red to green, he responded. One mech is in the passenger seat. He held up his AK in the window, just for a moment. Now he's pounding the side of the car with his fist. It's a metal car, not carbon fiber, and he put a dent in the door. I don't know if it's an intentional show of force, or if this is his childish way of dealing with anger. The light turned green, and the van bulleted forward, as Aaron sped precariously through the traffic. Attempting to mimic them, the assailants swerved wildly from the right lane, and across the middle lane to the left. Then they heard the whoop of a police siren. "It's for him, not me," Aaron assured them. "Appears our friend in blue is pulling him over. Bad timing, dude. Good for us, though." He sped forward with lighter traffic ahead. "I'm leaving the back cameras on and need you to keep your eyes peeled. I can't tell you how exhilarating this is. I just live for it these days. You aren't my only dangerous passengers lately. What bothers me is that they followed us at all. Must be using sky tracking, drones, or satellite. I'll inform your friend Nucleator of this. And yes, I was in the van listening while you did your interview." They glanced at each other with surprise. "Dangerous?" Ears asked. "How are we dangerous?" "Not you per se, but what you're doing," he contended. "Nucleator found out about you folks through me. Let me tell you, your podcast is a must-listen for my gripper and mech friends." The remainder of the drive went without incident. Once they reached the condo, he didn't look directly at them as he closed the sliding door of the van. "A word of caution," he warned, scanning the horizon. "If you think the last month has been crazy, then you'd better step up your game. I don't need to inform you guys about the competing voices working to resolve this obelisk threat. Big money and power. Trillions on the line. You're kind of in the middle, squished like a thin bologna slice between multiple pieces of oversized bread, and unable to slip out safely. That's all I should say. Good luck." He climbed back into the van and drove away, and Molly looked at her sweat-soaked blouse and underarms. "I'm never wet and I rarely sweat. Let's get inside because I don't feel safe outside anymore. I need to call my peeps and get them back to guard us. My detective friend as well. We need to report this. I mean, the guy flagging an AK at us?" Episode 20, Unager. Ears called out to Molly and Peter from his upstairs bedroom. "Folks, we start in a half hour, since our Unager friend is arriving at that time. Sorry. She needed to be here earlier than expected. Besides, we're streaming the Bard's interview at 4 p.m. This is better for us, as it won't conflict with that time." Ears came downstairs a few minutes later. Peter was back asleep in his sofa bed. "Dude," he urged, grabbing at Peter's knobby toes poking out from beneath the blanket. "You got to wake up, big guy, unless we're all going to join you in bed and have a sleazy interview together. I'm not sure our Unager friend is into that, though we could ask her." Peter sat up straight but bleary-eyed. "Sorry. I'll be ready. I had a nightmare, and was trying to make it good. Ever done that, where something bad was happening? You try to fall back asleep and invoke a happy ending? Sure, just not minutes before an interview. This lady is top of her field at MIT. She might expect something more presentable than morning breath and bloodshot eyes." Peter jumped out of bed, collapsed the frame, and set it back into the sofa. "I'll do my best to fake it," he mumbled, running into the bathroom. Unager arrived at the door promptly at the top of the hour, and Ears greeted her. "Welcome. Come in and please take a seat. Anything I can get you?" She was a stout, middle-aged woman wearing a modest yellow dress. Her brown hair exposed an inch of gray at the roots. She limped on her left leg from an apparent ankle injury, but Ears was too polite to ask if it was recent or not. He recalled his parents who were both overweight, especially his mother. Her feet were always a problem, carrying the burden of size, but she refused any GD tech that might help her. Peter and Molly emerged from different doors at the same time. "Sorry about the wait," they echoed. My fault. I had something come up that conflicted with our afternoon appointment, and am glad you could accommodate me. Do you mind if I ask you something before we get started?" Peter was surprised at this request. "No, go right ahead." Molly was readying the equipment on the table, and Ears had gone upstairs to locate his tablet. Knowing a few weeks ago that I was being invited, I listened to your podcasts, each of them since you started this new format. Very interesting content and speakers, and I can't state that what you are up to is either outrageous or outlandish. Indeed, I fear it's all too real. Why? Is that an issue? Molly wondered, fidgeting with the setup. I suppose some of the concern is balance. You see, when a type of medium like a podcast emphasizes negative content, people are attracted to negatives. For reasons we still don't fully understand, fewer endorphins and pleasure hormones are released when content is positive, or so we found in countless studies. Negatives beget negatives, and positives beget positives. Positives become naturally subverted due to this effect, and over time, negatives get first billing. Negatives therefore compound and have far greater impact than positives. Do you understand? Molly finished fiddling with the sound mixer. Sure. That's been the known model for social media and search apps from the time they were invented. But we're not the only ones reporting on this defensive tech, if that's what you're implying. Our pod is just a small voice in the larger mix, nowhere near the scale of the major media. I noticed you're now among the top podcasts nationally. Have you had the time to comprehend your rapid rise to fame? Peter responded, "This is a temporary phenomenon, in part because we had the welcomer reverend early on. He invited his massive flock to the show. That we can tell, they never left. Then there were other guests with market influence and ad dollars, and they juiced the numbers via their own means. We've had little time to do that ourselves. I don't mean to sound rude, friends, but please don't miss my point. Your influence is likely much greater than you comprehend. I know because I've been dealing for many years with the social issues of aging, unaging, and reverse aging. That single group of technologies provides more than enough possible disruption to tip the scales of humanity's benevolence down a much darker path, causing people to be far less kind and caring with each other. Far less. In other words, apparently small changes can often elicit much larger unintended changes. This is particularly true with the adoption of new technology." Peter held his hand up. "Sorry to interrupt, but we want to capture this idea in its purest form. So, if you're okay, let's start the interview." "Good." She nodded her head, and Molly began recording. Ears quietly tiptoed downstairs with tablet in hand. After providing his usual introduction, Peter started on the topic. "Onager, you've been working many years in this field of anti-aging. Can we hold for definitions?" she politely requested. "This is not slowing or stopping aging. Our field is not anti-this or anti-that. Like any field of science, it's a diverse array of technologies in actual use, trials, and labs. Some call it aging tech or aging with an E, or even longevity tech. I prefer to use age engineering to any other term if you don't mind. It's a more accurate description of the scientific efforts." "Okay," Peter conceded. "The implication is that you're engineering aging, without the bias that you're only trying to stop aging, correct?" "Yes, you're getting closer. Let me provide an example, and let's expand more broadly beyond this country's restrictions, such as with cloning. Consider for a minute a very wealthy business magnate in a country where cloning is becoming more acceptable. Assume he cloned himself today, perhaps even surreptitiously, hoping his clone could eventually take on responsibilities for a part of his empire. Should he wait 20 years for his clone to grow naturally? Not if he can help it. So he uses age engineering to accelerate the aging process in his clone. I'm using this example as evidence that our scientific solutions exist as left or right, front or back, high or low, or as multiple scales simultaneously. It's not simply about halting or reversing or advancing. It's everything. Age engineering is that science. Considering your scale analogy, Peter noted, shouldn't a normal life have a beginning and an end? Isn't slowing, stopping, reversing, or even advancing aging in conflict with natural laws that have existed forever? I'm sure you've heard the arguments over the last decade about aging being an illness. It's a bug, not a required feature. Humans must adjust their frames of reference. No form of life is required to experience a beginning and an end. There are no immutable natural laws about aging, and no definitive set of rules exist for all creatures. Why should humans live far shorter spans than a 200-year-old giant tortoise? Like certain species of jellyfish, why shouldn't an adult person overtly be able to reverse her growth cycle back into infancy? Peter interjected, "Apologies? I know at least some science. It comes with the territory. I'm aware, as are some of my listeners, that aging simply presents itself differently among various species. In fact," Unager continued, "we should review the wide swath of therapies that began to surface in the early 20s. I'll name a few of them: genetic deletion, rapamycin and/or metformin and their chemical derivatives, blood transfusion therapy, cellular smoothing, and telomere and senescent therapies. Can you highlight the latter for a second to help listeners who are not that familiar?" No problem. In the teens, many researchers, myself included, focused on one of the key challenges of the aging riddle that had to do with senescent cells. For your listeners who may have been living in caves, she smiled, these are cells responsible for presenting many of the pathologies associated with aging. Put succinctly, cells wear out over time. Like car tires? Yes. As a result of this wear, they can't do their jobs as well, but they continue to stick around in the body. They then begin to create inflammation and nasty chemicals that disrupt the healthy cells. This senescence is influenced by diet, exercise, repetitive dividing, mutations, radiation. You name it. As time passes, the body becomes less able to eliminate these cells, creating a piling on of sorts and an accumulation of nastier cells. This is where senolytic therapies come into play. They do what your body loses its ability to do: repair or destroy them. Thanks for describing that example, and I don't want to put you through detailing the litany of other therapies used today in age engineering. I do want to switch back to something you mentioned before we started the recording, namely the social aspects. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? A deep and wide subject, Peter, so I'll start with another simple example. Say you own an insurance company with commitments to millions of people to pay them annuities for the rest of their lives. Your actuaries estimated the average man will live 93 years. But now, as every year passes, an additional year is added to lifespans. Even better for the owner of the policy, age engineering treatments begin to reverse his physical age. The insurance company has no out in that case, unless they previously established a ceiling on the maximum number of years they'll make payments. Honestly, your chronological age means little in this new world. We're aware of the lawsuits hitting the courts, and it is an interesting commercial example. What of other social or human aspects? Consider the federal government and our entitlement programs, like Medicare and Social Security. Just a few among many examples of thorny political, social, and human challenges that are the rage of talk show conversations today. But I sense what you're egging at, Peter, so I'll take the bait. It's partially why I agreed to leave my important work this morning to inform your listeners on this subject. She paused and looked at Ears. I'm a little dry. Would you mind getting me a glass of water, please? Ears ran to the kitchen. I'm not the first to expose this, and I won't be the last. You can see this across the media nowadays, but I'll give you an insider's view of this technology. We're researchers. We create. We try to help people. In this case, our industry has been wildly successful, providing individuals with the ability to live for a long, long time. Infinitely? Peter queried. Surely, she admitted, for as long as a person chooses to live. As an established researcher in the field, we are much closer to that objective than we were even 5 years ago. If you're alive today, and if you acquire the financial aptitude to obtain the right treatments, you could well be alive 5,000 years from now, assuming humanity makes it that far. Based on our studies of animals with much shorter lifespans, and the fact that we have discovered and are treating many of the aging factors in humans, it's reasonable to expect that such is feasible. Understood, Molly interjected, but what are the social implications of this happening? How do we cope with someone who wants 10 children and therefore consumes far more than their share of resources and space on a shrinking planet? These are not impossible challenges, Molly, only difficult. Perhaps the parents of 10 children shouldn't be stopped from producing their offspring. However, there are more effective forms of persuasion to prevent overcrowding in this new realm of age engineering. You can create a social structure to discourage the desire for excessive progeny, such as through taxation or other limits to familial consumption. And have we done a good job at determining the ceiling of population that this planet can maintain, assuming we were very well disciplined at it? Can we still target 2 children on average for some period, but use much more efficient means of housing them, recycling wastes, and managing environmental impacts? We haven't done well to date, Molly confessed. Witness what remains of ice at the poles, the carbon released from the permafrost, and the millions who perish each year due to climate change. Our oceans are full of human garbage. I could go on. And age engineering might be the singular tech that finally forces us to get our act together. We've moved along this timeline of humanity haphazardly because we were lazy, and we could stay lazy. A plan was not required. Then along comes age engineering, and say, nobody dies unless by accident or war or a disease not yet cured. Better yet, it comes along far faster than anyone could have predicted. I like your word forces, since we obviously failed big on climate change and responded far too late to have a measurable effect, Peter argued. Agreed, and that one mistake has devastated economies of multiple countries, though it's possible to overshoot the rhetoric. Yes, there were countless economic distortions and dislocations, but we adapted. We'll do the same with age engineering. I'm not suggesting people didn't die, as hundreds of millions did. It's just an observation that it happened, and we're still functioning as species on the planet. Ears piped in. What of the natural ebb and flow of lives and fortunes? For instance, if you're wealthy now, do you keep that forever? Do you invest your trillions in the markets and live an eternal life in luxury, like a heaven on earth? Or should you be forced to give up at least some of your wealth? To this point, no one in history has held onto all the cards forever, be they legitimate trillionaire or nasty autocrat trillionaire. This issue has been discussed thoroughly, especially given that many of the world's wealthiest people are intimately involved in all aspects of the tech, via intellectual property, financial backing and ownership and advanced research. They're into it deeply, deeply. Indeed, some of these people are my own patrons. So the outcome of your question will likely remain unresolved until significant social or political issues arise. Again, tools like taxation could ensure that wealth is fairly redistributed over time, if that ever becomes an issue. These problems are not insurmountable. We'll get through this little societal blip, only in a different form as usual. Molly was uncomfortable with Unager's last comment. We've been able to adapt in earlier times, but unlike now, boatloads of other onerous challenges were not facing us concurrently. To name a few, we're contending with alien obelisks and terrible biases against the many new classes of humans and hybrids. Both are creating massive social disruption. Then we have society awash in readily available and sometimes deadly genetic tech. Unager held her stance. Again, Molly, humans don't have an easy path ahead, and probably never did. But we are where we are, so let's deal with the gestalt of it. When emerging from a cave 1,000,000 years ago, a thorn puncturing your toe might kill you, much less a saber tooth in the tree. We're simply facing different kinds of tigers these days. Ears signaled Peter that they needed to close. This is a fitting end to a very informative conversation, Unager. Thank you for your time and insights. Team, this rush is wearing on me, Peter sighed after she left. I get that you guys do most of the work, and I'm just the stellar on-air talent. It's getting too intense, though. Gut tells me I'm spending too much time scanning the media to confirm how famous we're becoming. I really don't want to see how we're doing numbers-wise, and try to avoid it. Ears was about to say something. Don't say it. Don't say it, Peter begged, motioning to him. Don't tell me how we did with Omnibev and Jennifer. Okay? I'll just tell you the numbers are climbing. A lot. The pace has slowed, but no podcast could keep multiplying at that rate. We'll need to talk with the major media dudes, don't you agree? Molly confided. My guys are pushing them away from the door. We're trying to stay under the radar, but it's hard to do with 20 million plus active listeners, much less downloads. Ah. There you go with the numbers, Peter cried. Molly smiled. Seriously, Peter. We have better actives than the big networks themselves. I'm sure the big guys are worried their consumers are shutting their feeds off while turning ours on. There are only so many media files like Ears or your Jessica friend. Most people can only handle a few feeds at a time. Peter shook his head at the Jessica reference. We can't let the numbers become obstacles in this string of successes. I want to get it all done, and then sit on our butts and slide into the holidays on our laurels. Here we are in mid-October, and I can taste the turkey and dressing. I much prefer to bull through this until the end, however tiring. Well, Ears reminded them, we're running the Bard today. A major controversial interview, given his nanotech storyline. That should be offset by Ort Cloud this Friday, my favorite podcast thus far, and then Nucleator next Wednesday. Beyond that, we're moving past the edgy stuff, so I'm hoping the online and other threats will thin out. Speaking of which, our broker's interview is tomorrow. After that, I'm trying to get Toxafiend, the guy we spoke about a few weeks ago when we saw that Toxo terror incident. The last in queue is hats. Only 3 more to go, folks. Shouldn't kill us, and it takes us right into Thanksgiving for your turkey pot pie or whatever. Molly made a slight peeping sound. Molly, what do you have up your sleeve? Ears inquired. She didn't respond immediately, but got up and stretched her back. Just a thought. We've been through this wild ride, and I mean that in more ways than one, and we should finish it with something philosophical. An expansive mind with a big picture view of what we've covered. Everyone else has been down and dirty, very specific on their narratives or areas of expertise. Peter's eyes rolled. Okay. You're suggesting one more on top of those that Ears just mentioned, right? Who are you considering? A person at Kung Fu, a philosopher. A Stoic, to be honest, who is a PhD with multiple published books. We could put our Stoic philosopher on as the last show. Wraps it up and ties a nice bow on the lot. Sound like an idea? I'm good, Ears confirmed. You two planned this, Peter complained half-jokingly. Ears, the broker's interview is tomorrow? When are the other 2 again? Not settled yet. They both are hard to pin down. Okay, if we do either Toxo or hats over the weekend, like Saturday morning. Yeah, let's get it done. Peter looked at Molly. Tell your Aristotle friend we'll do the interview as our last guest for this series, but to hang tight on a date. I'm getting more anxious about riots in the streets and our ability to truck around town the way we do. That little mech incident had my heart beating fast, despite Aaron's cool head. I understand, but he was accustomed to that stuff. We aren't aware if it was just angry mechs pissed about being cut off in traffic, or if they thought someone important was in the van that they could harass or kidnap. You don't see vans like that every day, Molly added. Or it could be radicalized mechs of the Molly attacker ilk, Ears suggested. I'm hoping Aaron tracked them, considering their traffic stop by the police. You'd never know since the whole ride was so secretive. And no word back from my PD friend on that. He said they're checking records. Either way, we're a nuisance item for the cops, given the bigger disturbances they're covering. Peter was nervously tapping his foot on the table. You saw the clip of the mechs and non-variants in that Philly brawl where hundreds died yesterday. Ugly. Yeah, Molly agreed, and I meant to tell you. It's getting more difficult to keep my friends hanging around to guard us. They're concerned for their own families with what's happening on the streets. As you said, lots of pickup in violence and people going off their rockers. They don't care what the president, governors, or mayors are saying. Too worked up in a frenzy that they'll all soon die from ray gun blasts. They think it's okay to wreak holy havoc and take a dump on society's norms and values, the stupid shits. And I can't imagine how many babies will be born 9 months from now. She could tell Peter was wondering what her last comment implied. People are having more sex, Peter. Not me, clearly, but from what I'm reading. It's that last run of hedonism before the monsters from the sky touch down. The exact same fear that's making them violent is also making them horny. There's no normal any longer, Ears lamented. With this competing and sometimes lethal tech, it might have gotten to this place without the help of the obelisk. Its arrival certainly added high-octane fuel to the fire. Episode 21: The Brokers. On Thursday morning, the condo's front office notified Ears of a package downstairs. He ran out to retrieve it. Peter, he exhaled after darting up the stairs. This one's for you. Hope you were expecting something, since we can't be too careful. Good with it? Peter searched for the return address. It took a few days, but it's timely for our next interview. He opened the box and extracted an assortment of wigs, mustaches, beards, and hats. You didn't, Ears urged. Is Molly aware? With regard to what? She asked, exiting the bedroom with her hair up in curlers. You might as well take those things out, Ears snorted. She spied the array of hairpieces spread out on the table. Why those? Then it hit her. Oh no. Peter, are you serious? You want me to wear an old wig? Peter was enthused. Absolutely. And they're new, not used. Where did you get this idea? Some spy magazine? Safety, my dear. These might just save our lives. The face putty those mechs were wearing made me think we should do something like that as well. You bought face putty? She queried. No, but I considered it. I imagine you did. But you're serious, wigs? Peter knew he might get chastised by them, and he was trying to wiggle through the best he could. He glanced over at Ears, who was signaling no displeasure. Molly, I'd like to say I'm insistent. Think of the scary oddballs your friends have turned away at our door. Then there's the hate mail we're getting every hour, which is picking up more after the Bard. I only want us to be safe. Peter, I can't. Never wore a wig, and I love my hair. I just washed it, and look at these wonderful locks, she exclaimed, removing a few of the curlers. Lovely, Molly. Lovely, Ears agreed. Ears, you're not helping me, he pleaded. Okay, I'll give you a different perspective. You've seen what the national media types do when undercover, how they sometimes wear garb like this. It's part of being in the business, the dress code when required. Besides, we'll have only a few more interviews in the city, a less and less comfortable place to visit as of late. Does that give it context? Molly pressed her lips together and shook her head in disgust. Shit. Which one? She was rummaging through the assortment. I bought you 3. A redhead. Are you nuts? My skin isn't that of a redhead's. Do these arms look light-skinned and freckled to you? I'll wear it, Ears volunteered. You just described me intrinsically. I didn't mean anything by that, Ears. I understand. Without saying anything else, Molly pulled the redhead wig from the pile, walked into her bedroom and slammed the door. Peter was surprised at her reaction. That didn't go as planned. I thought she'd appreciate the gift. Ears was searching through the pile and grabbed a short brown wig. Found one. Good with this? Yeah. He laughed at Peter's insensitivity. She's not so miffed at having to wear the wig, but she'd like to have been consulted, I imagine. Proof that I'm terrible with predicting behaviors, especially a woman's. At least I can moderate a podcast. Jury's still out on that, Ears joked. We'll see at the end of this series whether you're as famous and talented as you perceive. We're now approaching 30 million. After the Bard. Yep. I guess people are big on using personal nukes to fight the perceived threat. You've seen the national media. The planet is flipping out, with not enough reporters to cover events in the major cities, much less smaller ones. The newer reporters on the street appear as if they just graduated from journalism school or are still taking classes. They must be so frazzled. Peter juggled to don his own long-haired wig and beard. I know it's too obvious, but these are first-rate products straight from the folks who supply Broadway shows. Why so many extra sets? Oh right, some are for our armed guards out there. Molly's friends. Ears chuckled. The two gents are Taiwanese and I doubt these brown beards work so well for them. Will you invite them in to see what they can find? I need to shower before we catch the brokers. Sure. Wow, we're going undercover. Outside of the obvious risk, this is almost fun. Peter glanced at Molly in the rear-view mirror as she repositioned her wig. You look fantastic in that, I'd say ravishing in red, he teased. She was flipping through her messages and purposely ignored the remark. Aren't you going to ask why I have the phone with me? Don't worry. It's in airplane mode, and I'm reviewing messages that came in this morning. My friend Sal says the Boston PD made substantial arrests of mechs last night, but they had difficulties. Some escaped arrest, let's say, by wasting a few officers. The poor guys. These radicalized mechs are almost superhuman. Why did he contact you? Ears wondered. Warn me to watch out. They're so overwhelmed that the detective assigned to my case hasn't been able to make further progress. He's saying that anyone who is a target for the mechs needs to be extremely vigilant and consider using private guards. Ears nodded. I already looked into that after you said we're nearing the end of the line with your kung fu buds. Unfortunately, every door was closed. There aren't enough private guards in New England to cover the needs of Boston alone. I'm sure they can name their price. Nobody feels safe, and only the very wealthy can afford to protect themselves. What was it in that mobster movie about going to the mattresses in their high-walled fortresses? Speaking of wealthy folks, Ears, how are your parents doing? Are they safe? Molly inquired. I forgot to mention. They left Boston 2 weeks ago. Flew to Costa Rica because they read it's safer there and wanted to sit this out until the fires smolder to ashes. Good for them. Hey Peter, you, the dude who forced me to wear this ridiculous rug on my head. What's the status with your parents? Spoken with them? I've been in touch, he reassured her. Last week. I indicated we might arrive around the holidays. They're getting old and barely watch the media, or maybe they simply choose to ignore the unsettling global anarchy. Besides, it's Bemidji and frozen farmland as remote as you can't imagine. Far out where nobody causes trouble, and everyone knows everyone. Dad grew up there. Molly sighed. A few weeks ago, I thought we were joking about visiting them. I'm not so sure it's as comical now. Would they puke if the three of us actually showed at their home and stayed until this crazy wacko's phase passes? My parents are chill. A bit cramped, I suppose, and one or two of us may need to sleep in the cold, unfinished basement. But better read than dead, right, Molly? Not funny, Peter. Ears frowned. Indeed, not funny. With my hair, do you know how many times I've heard those redhead lines? Peter shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, no harm meant. Hey, I'm not seeing your buddies behind us. Molly and Ears turned around. I don't see them either, Molly observed. With Peter the paranoid, they're not allowed to have their cell phones on. Caught in traffic, Ears speculated. I'm sure they'll show since I gave them the address. They arrived at the office building in the financial district. Peter needed to circle the car several times to find an outside parking space after rerouting around sections of the city that had been partially cordoned off by police. There was no sign of their two guards in disguises. The three entered the building, took the escalator up to the 61st floor, and were escorted to a conference room where their hosts were waiting. They made introductions, and Peter provided a rundown of the interview process as well as apologized for the conspicuous hairpieces. Listeners, we're here today with Sally and Bob. In this new environment, we'd prefer not to expose their real names for safety reasons. They work at a large financial firm here in Boston. On today's show, we're covering investment opportunities around the new tech discussed in this series, so let's get started. Peter struck his usual lean-in pose. Sally and Bob, because it's only a half-hour show, I'm going for the jugular on the first question. Our listeners are very interested in this topic, and to be honest, the financial press has made nominal play of it. Go ahead, Sally replied. Okay then. So, how do you profit on the fear? I don't mean to sound harsh by that, but investment gains and losses are based on fear, am I correct? Sally went first. It's been 2 months since the arrival of the obelisk, and I'm sure the national financial media is developing similar stories as we speak. By the looks of your numbers, you folks now fit into that category, and we should talk offline about how our firm might find financing alternatives for your show's expansion. But to your question, as with every investment, there's a time to get in, a time to hold, and a time to fold. Fear is inherent with that. Kind of like that old gambling song, Molly interjected. Aha, Sally responded, appearing not to grasp the reference. As a consequence of the obelisk, we're discovering great opportunities within certain areas of the tech sector. Mind you, some is mature tech at this stage, but this new and very visceral threat has accelerated applications and basic research. As Sally said, fear is always a driver of the markets, Bob declared. Fear you might miss a buy or sell window. As you know, fortunes were made and lost on this tech in the last decade. Everything has its rise and fall, then rise again, and so on. Peter peered out the window of the conference room. The whole northern section of the city was visible. Pulling back for a minute, how has the obelisk been affecting markets overall? The two looked at each other with unsettled smiles, and Sally continued. I'm sure your listeners noticed that the markets took a substantial dive in the last few months. There was the first nosedive in the indexes, especially when the Canadian PM announced the obelisk as legit. After that, markets stabilized for a few weeks, then the groundswell of social disarray began. I can't mince words, and the numbers are impacting everyone. We're in a 62% decline across the average of the stock indexes. Bonds are faring slightly better. But it's not all bad, Bob interjected. Munitions stocks are skyrocketing, as are many government and DoD contractor equities. Biotech, nanotech, and synbio are undeniable darlings. You can add other stores of value and hard assets to that, like gold, crypto, and farmland. We're also seeing an increase in related merger and acquisition announcements, and that's affecting valuations positively. It makes good sense that if a threat is facing us, regardless of when the threat may get real, these companies must combine and converge their investments to allow them to create powerful new defensive weapons. Great, Peter continued. Thanks for the quick overview of the markets. Now, back to the specific question on the defense stocks. Can you provide insights where these opportunities might exist? Gladly, Sally consented. First, to make one amplification, the companies we cover are not primarily defense-oriented. As you know, the best defense is often a good offense and vice versa. We don't talk in terms of defense or offense with the new tech, as they're just weapons and munitions enterprises to us. Oh, and a disclaimer. We'll only refer to publicly traded enterprises, as a good portion of these tech companies are now in private equity hands. But whether private or public, the target market is huge with many interconnected threads. Bob loosened his tie and rolled his shirt sleeves back. Prior to this interview, Sally and I quickly surveyed your last dozen or so podcasts. Good stuff. We both agreed they covered areas of interest to our firm and clients. Biotech is the richest darling, spread across a wide gamut of sub-technologies. Can you name a few? To be pointedly honest, these human hybrid battlefield systems have been in development now for the last few decades, and they're much farther along than you might imagine. We're only discussing the newer tech that may be coming to market. For instance, we like what's happening across the entire spectrum of integrated, DNA-centric and metal technologies. In human systems, and one of your podcasts touched on this potential, we see renewed interest in integration of metal and synthetically created DNA with flesh. That type of GD tech extends a human's native manufacturing capabilities, also known as cellular replication, with advanced warfare components. Concurrently, it reduces or eliminates some of the weaknesses found in our God-given human biological systems. Can you define what you mean by that? Peter asked. Sure, Sally added. For example, one firm we like can develop a lung that is unaffected by offensive external agents. The remanufactured lung selects out offensive molecules and selects in molecules conducive to the system's functioning, such as oxygen. In a battlefield theater, offensive molecules could even have been released by your own troops, such as nanoscale biological or hybrid biomachine agents. This upgraded lung eliminates the need for augmented troops to wear onerous masks or other gear, since the defensive tech is inherently integrated within the lung's DNA. Wow, Molly exclaimed, that's a new definition on the old iron lung. Yes, on target, Sally chuckled. As another example, I just reviewed a prospectus from a company that offers the replacement of all major skeletal bones with titanium alloy components, combined with internal motorization. Normal functions provided by large bone marrow, such as blood cell creation, can be replicated via other products. Then you can couple this with new bioelectrical tech that fully embeds fleshy components like muscle and sinew together with metal. This results in a human metal, hybrid soldier enhanced for many discernible battlefield situations. Understood. But the key word is discernible. An advanced species capable of interstellar flight would likely not be fighting us on a battlefield. Don't you agree? Peter queried. Not necessarily, Bob advised. I'd much prefer a human-mech hybrid tearing into a downed alien ship or seething den of God knows what. Far more capable than an unaugmented human, I'd imagine. Maybe. Humans are so ill-prepared for the job and susceptible to any of those agents, as you call it. Can we move to non-human systems for a minute? Sally pushed her chair away and began pacing the room. Love to, since one of my areas of expertise is robotic systems. This starts at the micron and molecular level. One of your podcasts covered this tech nominally. This micro level of weaponry is where the experts agree is our best chance. You're referring to our barred friend, no doubt, Peter interjected. I read the podcast notes and nanobots was used. This is an interesting term, but it's not descriptive of the tech now in development. If the opponents are biologically based, we're seeing systems as small as fragments of viruses, or even smaller, down to the subatomic scale. Such systems can come from metallics, non-metallics, synbio, or biologics. For defensive needs against alien forces, you must assume every system may be utilized, perhaps even within the same battle theater. Once deployed, however, I'd imagine these weapons could also affect us, the occupants of Earth, Molly maintained with a worried tone. Again, my recall of your series included someone who discussed inoculations. For every offensive or defensive system these firms are creating, they are also being tasked by governments to create antidotes for application to human systems. This could be as simple as enhancing existing human immune response systems, up to and including integration of non-native components. Molly frowned at that idea. Isn't there a possibility that an augmented method of defense might one day modify or replace every original cell in a human's body? Sally and Bob looked at each other with eyebrows raised, as if that was a foregone conclusion. Many companies we cover see that eventuality as paramount, Sally proudly admitted. The going-in assumption of these firms is that we need to be as adaptive as hell. We have no concept of what virulent tech might be employed against us, and any thoughts of using conventional systems is patently naive, to say the least. That's not to exclude personal nuclear devices, of course. Those are also great weapons against the threat. We just interviewed a client from that area, Bob divulged. The overarching feeling in the industry is that we must be prepared to land every punch and kick, even simultaneously. The last human on Earth would not want to feel that we avoided using this tech or that tech, because it might do too much harm to other humans. When few or no humans remain alive, any concern about complete extinction is no longer a concern by definition. Peter was vexed. What if the obelisk is a hoax, as some suggest, or a false alarm, or an errant warning from a civilization lost in time? Aren't we then consuming substantial resources and economic treasure for defensive or offensive means that could be used elsewhere to help resolve humanity's pressing issues? Poverty? Addictions? Atrocious wealth disparities? Homelessness? Climate change, even if much of that damage is already underway. We often ask that questions of ourselves, Bob confided. Think back to the last century for an answer. It may be overplayed, but consider the billions of dollars invested in our race to the moon. Out of that science came many other discoveries to assist humanity. We must have faith in technologies whose payoffs could be as important as the long-term survival of our species. And there should be considerable side benefits from offshoot technologies we never dreamed of, like resolving core problems such as poverty and inequality. I'm still not there on the reference to the space program, Molly admitted, which didn't hold the potential to eliminate humans from the face of the Earth without any assistance from aliens. We've done interviews where the tech research and applications are going all out. Many of those are not occurring under the careful guidance and watchful eyes of governmental and regulatory bodies. Not at this point. Sally shook her head in frustration. We get that rationale, yet we can't forget that we're faced with an existential crisis not of our own choosing. It's anyone's guess when that crisis presents itself. If we're not ready to respond immediately, even tomorrow, our species might be relegated to the dustbins of history. All those people and lives. This doesn't excuse the lack of discipline as we propel forward, but any oversight on delaying or advancing such tech needs to be balanced against the imminent nature of the threat. Or not, Molly countered. It could be we're creating tech that only jeopardizes our futures, and nothing ever arrives from space. But what if it does? Sally protested. Ears lifted his wrist to note the time. That's a great way to close Sally and Bob, Peter concluded. Just one more question. We didn't talk about warning systems in space or on the ground. Can you give us a few seconds on that? This is another area of opportunity for market growth and positive investments. These warning systems are a big topic, from satellite and planetary warning systems down to personal warning tech. It also touches on the array of control systems in place today and how to enhance them. Things like real-time monitoring and tracking of every individual on Earth through one centralized AI versus the disparate networks we have today. Similarly, we have the entire range of drone and mini-drone technology to give real-time micro-environment indications of battlefield conditions and personnel or enemy combatant status. We don't know what these aliens may look like, but those same systems we use for human tracking might be able to keep us apprised of where those little bastards are hiding on the planet. Okay to cover another time and day? Bob inquired. Sure, another time. Peter then closed the podcast and thanked the brokers. Then they exited their office to head back home. God, I can't wait to get this stupid wig off my head, Molly grumbled, stepping out of the building and onto the sidewalk. She then scanned the street. Hey, I still don't see my buds. Watch out! Ears yelled as a car screamed towards them. They crouched in the alcove of the building as the vehicle hit the curb and smashed into a light pole. Its carbon fiber hood bent like a spring, snapped off and flew high in the air, crashing near them in the street. Let's get out of here! Peter screamed. They sprinted down the block towards their parked car. Molly was in the lead. Peter, she cried. Grab the fob and open the door. As he was running, Peter fumbled in his pants pocket for the fob and dropped it on the ground. He bent down to retrieve it, spinning his head back momentarily as his wig flew off. 2 men were running after them, unusually fast. Freaking mechs, he snarled, then continued running. Ears and Molly reached the car before he did. Get in, she shrieked. They're on your tail. Peter finally reached the car, sliding past the driver's door that Ears pushed ajar. Molly had pressed the start button by the time he was in the driver's seat. Slam it. They're right there. Hit them if they get in the way. One of the men, dressed in a long gray overcoat, jumped on the roof of the parked car in front of them and was sliding down its back window and trunk towards them. Peter had no choice but to squash the man's legs between the 2 cars as the man slid forward. He then put the car in reverse, forcing the back tire to climb the curb, and shot into the otherwise empty street. As he did so, the second mech jumped toward their car and grabbed onto the back fender. From the front passenger's seat, Molly turned around to check if he was holding on. Faster, damn it, she commanded. He's attached to the wheel well. Peter veered left and right, but the mech's arm strength outmatched the car's inertia. The mech then lurched forward, breaking the glass at both passenger side windows while holding onto the back door jamb. Ears ducked over to the driver's side of the back seat. While Peter continued swerving to loosen the mech's grip, Molly's martial sense heightened. That son of a bitch, she yelled, releasing her seatbelt. I'll bet his face is not meched. She stuck her right arm out the window to give his face a backhand punch. He responded instantly by shifting his right hand's grip from the door jamb to her forearm. Thought you'd try that, she seethed, pulling him towards the front passenger door. Molly? Ears shouted, you're bringing him closer. The mech used Molly's arm as an anchor to push his left arm forward, allowing him to hook it around the front door jamb. Kick it, she roared at Ears. Kick his arm. Ears turned in his seat and pounded at the mech's arm with his heels. He noticed flesh tear away on the first kick, exposing a metal infrastructure. Metal, he screamed. A little closer, not the face. Molly uttered beneath her breath as she pressed her back against the passenger side dashboard. Just as the man shot forward, Molly kicked at his throat. He held on. She snapped again at the same spot, and he still held. His grip was tearing at the flesh of her arm. That's it, she screamed in pain, placing a stomp kick to his left temple. His grip loosened. She did it once more, and he fell to the street. Gone, Peter cried as he sped down the street. PD? No, Molly demanded. Home. I need my buds. But your arm, Ears exclaimed. Damaged, but I can still move my fingers. We'll ice it. Driving frantically to get out of downtown, Peter looked at her arm. It was already visibly bruising. Hospital. No way in hell, she winced painfully. Ice. I need ice. Let's get to protection. Damn, Peter shouted. I turned on the nav. It shows Starro and 90 are blocked, possibly shut down. I'll reroute. Maybe Longfellow, and take Broadway in. Ears, grab Molly's phone, turn it on, and see if you can get nav for another route. Ears found her purse stuffed beneath the driver's seat. Here it is. Crap, Molly, it looks like it was already on. Oh my God. My damn purse did it again. What? My purse and frigging phone. It sometimes flips the switch from airplane mode to active. I should have checked. I doubt that's what clued them to our location, Peter assured her. We were each scanning the traffic, and I went a circuitous route to get us here. Oh crap. Your buds? I didn't see them when we came out. They were supposed to wait for us across the street. Jesus, I hope that doesn't mean they're hurt. Don't jump to that, Molly. Not yet. Peter, I'm not comfortable with the phone on. I think it gives us away, and they may still be tracking. I'd like to turn it off, Ears requested. Do it, Molly agreed, bending over at her right side. Peter, you know this town. Wing it through the city streets, and hope we don't meet up with any armed groups. I doubt the guard or other troops are on the ground yet. Who knows what stopped traffic? Can't believe it. Our broker friends were so casual, as if this was just another day at the office. The whole city is dangerous now. We need to get back to Cambridge in one piece. Molly, tell us if the pain increases and we'll stop at a hospital, Peter insisted. Oh, that's no place of comfort at this stage, not with this violence. I'd rather sit in pain until the insanity subsides. It's more the ribs than the arm. When he grabbed my arm, they got pressed against the seat back. Dumb luck it wasn't the other side. Rebroken? Ears asked. Can't tell. Everything on that side is in scorching pain. Shoulder, arm, ribs. Ears, I forgot to mention. Nice kicks. I'm sure that guy's arm is not happy. Nothing like you, Molly, he observed. I can't believe he took what you dished out. 4 kicks, hard kicks. His neck was mostly mech. Never seen that extent of integration before. At least you didn't lose your wig, Peter teased, trying to lighten things up. Shut up, she responded, repositioning it atop her head. A lot of good it did me. Peter, you lost your toupee while fleeing. Care to double back and retrieve it? Episode 22, Grief. They finally arrived at Ears' condo community after running into a few other detours. At the gate were 2 security guards to ensure that only residents and their guests could pass. Glad they're finally doing this, Ears observed. I wonder if my kung fu brothers are here? Molly asked. Let's get that ice first, then check. They helped Molly up the stairs but didn't see her friends. Once inside the condo, the living room light came on unexpectedly. A portly, middle-aged man was sitting in one of the chairs. Hold on, he pleaded, raising hands halfway in the air. No weapons, and we don't mean to scare you. Molly shouted in her commanding martial voice, Who are you? Ears knew immediately. Stu? Control freak. What are you doing here? Molly demanded, bent over in pain. Little lady, you appear to be banged up. Peter's sense of danger was on high alert. No, don't start. Answer her question now. We've just been through hell. Not meaning to create more hell for you, son. Hopefully, I can help y'all exit from this mess. Why are you here? Who else is here? Ears asked. The kitchen light came on and Polly responded meekly, I am. Polly? In the flesh, Ears, she replied, smiling as she walked into the living room. Peter was spooked. Stu, how did you get here and why are you in our condo? Stu motioned for them to sit. Let's stay calm, everybody. Polly, can you help Molly into the kitchen and get her iced? Your arm looks like a bull stepped on it during a bad day at the rodeo. Mex, he inquired. Yes, Peter confirmed, sitting slowly as Polly assisted Molly to the kitchen. We were doing an interview downtown. Two attempted to whack us on the sidewalk with their vehicle. Failing that, they chased us. Then one of them clung to our car as we drove away. I assume they used mini-drones for tracking, despite their ban and the anti-drone netting around the city. Or it could have been Molly's phone switched on accidentally, Ears confessed. Either way, they tracked us, Peter concluded. But still, how did you get in? Son, when you carry a big wad of cash in your wallet, you can make magic happen. Now, rather than you poking 100 questions at us, please afford me a chance to explain what's on my mind. And I dare say, Polly added from the kitchen, Stu, as you call him, is taking his own risks by being here. As much as she likes y'all, she asked me not to come here, and recommended hunkering down at my ranch outside Austin instead. I'd love to be back home, but this visit seemed the right thing to do. He turned to peer into the kitchen. Polly, how are you two doing in there? Not seeing any broken bones. There is considerable bruising, including these poor ribs trying to heal. Ouch! Molly screamed as Polly applied a makeshift ice pack to her ribs. Just a few minutes longer, Polly directed. You boys go right ahead. Stu nodded and sat forward in his chair. His tanned skin and wrinkles from too many years in the sun obscured what otherwise was a kind, round face. A full head of short gray hair covered his scalp, and he wore 3 large gold rings with various stones and emblems on each of his hands. My years in the rodeo, son, he indicated, noticing Ears was staring at his rings. I don't envy Miss Molly. Been there, done that a few times with broken ribs and bull's feet. Speaking of which, I'd like to get to the meat of the visit. He clasped his hands and began rubbing them together. Y'all are in the middle of a heap of trouble. Peter started to respond, and Stu motioned him to hold back. I don't see this as your fault. Indeed, I may well have contributed by exposing as much of the truth as I did on your podcast. Let me tell you, however, it had the intended effect. Really? What was that? Peter inquired. I suspect you can't do this, but you should don a new pair of virtual ears. Excuse the expression, son, he said, glancing at Ears. Listen to your podcast as if it's brand new news to you. It can be upsetting to many. I get that you're only reporting what's out there. And the voice you have, as big as it is now, is not the only voice in town. But you successfully built a baleful of trust. People listened, and some of them decided to take action. That means what? Ears wondered. Until this point, your average Joe didn't appreciate the Texas-sized variety of weapons tech here today, or arriving soon. They could have scoured the web to gather this, but that's inconvenient. They needed a voice and eyes and ears working on their behalf. Your pod became a big part of that voice. I grasped this before we met, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to say what needed to be said. You are more famous or infamous than you can grasp. It's not just a little old podcast. You got millions of people talking, chatting up a storm, waiting for the next interview. Ears took responsibility. It's kind of my fault. I saw the feeds and reactions, and was a little worried about how people might react to our interviews, but we agreed to ignore it all and push through this batch before the holidays. You kids are caught up in a twister of events that are much bigger than you imagined. To some degree, you're adding power to that vortex, and I was trying to pop that twister down to a tolerable-sized dust devil. I'm afraid my strategy backfired." "What strategy?" Molly queried from the kitchen. "I'm listening in here." "My intention was to expose this damn obelisk for what it is. An obfuscation. An obelisk obfuscation. I kind of like that. I inferred this when we spoke but could only go so far at the time. Now the tide has turned. Anarchy is breaking out across the world, even in this country I love so dearly. And as sick as the poor thing has become in the last decade, with this cowardly slide toward technological autocracy, masked as libertarianism or conservatism or other equally idiotic narratives, I still keep trying to rebalance the ship." "You mean the obelisk is definitely a ploy, and not from aliens?" Ears questioned. "Folks, I recall listening to a podcast some years ago, much like your own. A Nobel laureate was asked what he considered to be the existential issues facing humanity. Know what he suggested?" "No," Molly responded on their behalf. Stu laughed. "Possible events in time. Things like errant asteroids, global plagues, nuclear winters." "But aren't those actual existential issues?" she continued. "They are possible happenings. Things you need to watch out for. Events to prevent. Get my drift? I see no solution in the suggestions." They were all silent, wondering where he was going. "Okay, I'll tell you outright since time is short. The answer is embedded in the question about existential issues facing humanity. Got that? Humanity itself is the existential issue. Humanity. Despite all these years of living together, we have no goal as a species. No good goal always guarantees no good outcome. No commitments. No assurance of combined efforts toward resolving differences peaceably. Divergence. No human or hybrid that I know has a goal for species survival, at least not one in agreement with the billions of others." Stu shifted in his chair and looked at his watch. "Apologies for going off track, but there's an inference about our current state of affairs. Ears, your question was about who gains from the obelisk obfuscation, right?" "Right," he affirmed. "Who gains from the anarchy? Is it those trillionaires and billionaires I mentioned? Well, the answer there is yes. Is it techno-authoritarian wizardly folks, like your acquaintance Lady Eugenie? Sure. Her kind want this tech to run roughshod and unfettered to see what comes out the other end, hoping to profit handsomely along the way with lots of extra bank and reams of entitled power." Peter and Ears didn't respond. "Hell yes," Molly yelled from the kitchen. "Smart girl. I can't stop there though. We see others in every corner who are likely using this platinum-baked golden ploy to gain power and wealth. As I inferred in my interview, their long-term goal is to extend their legal and regal righteousness to create an eternal, never-die heaven on earth for themselves and their tubmates. And hell on earth for others not bathing with them," Polly added. "Almost there. You're getting my drift, I believe. I'll add a few more examples. You see what some of our religious friends are doing across the globe, right? They're linking the obelisk to prophecies and writings from their religious books. Imagine that. The gall. Gaining members to their flocks based on fear and loathing of doom from the sky. You only need to strip a bit of prophetic code from the book of Revelation. It's vague enough to apply readily to our anticipated alien visitors. But I can't pick on this subset of religious types because they are no different than others, cooking up a similar brew for their own benefit and gain. We're not responsible for their actions," Peter insisted. Let me continue on the thought. No way in hell could a podcast reaching even 100 million or a billion have that effect by itself. There's a term in chemistry, back to my chem engineering days, where you add one more drop. Tighter ears confirmed. Funny, we were discussing that a few weeks ago in a slightly different context. Got you, son. Your podcast may be that one more drop in the solution. Ponder it, kids. Place this in your blender of humanity and turn it to liquefy. Mechs thinking they're the solution. GD entrepreneurs sensing they've got the magic potions. Nuke lovers the same. Poison gas producers the same. Nano-robotics firms added to that. Then you have folks like this Eugenie gal and her friends influencing the easily influenced to ride the tech out, stripped of oversight, and see who or what wins. Any one of these techs, and the multitude of subsets beyond them, could devastate our race and the whole planet. Hey, I like where I live and what I do. I just want to ride my horse and hope we don't all die from some Joe Bob backwoods brewer who flips his recipe one day from rotgut whiskey to the next modified bacterium or synthetic hybrid DNA parasite. Feels like we're doing the interview again, Peter observed, but we aren't. I get what you're saying. Didn't consider it in the aggregate because the effect is too incomprehensible. Reminds me of that Eugenie gal. She's an Augie. Now she didn't tell you that, I suppose, because she and others don't want people knowing. I don't mean to imply she's like any other Augie with a minor implant or two. In her case and many others like her, they are longtime BMIs, biomachine implants. Not the mech kind by any accounting. I doubt she has a single metal bone in her body. No, she's different because of her extensive links into AI networks. She has visions of life on Earth we can't possibly comprehend. Do you understand what that degree of mental tech does to one's ego? Makes you believe you possess a superiority to us regular folks. Superior intellect, superior fact base, and quantum-driven computational power. She didn't seem too dangerous at the time, Ears interjected. That's a volatile combination when mixed with human emotion and cunning. Put together 10 like-minded intellects. With that level of processing power, they'll have the ability to create cascaded and interrelated chains of events to affect their desired outcomes, however fiendish those might be. It's like running an infinite number of Monte Carlo simulations in your hyper-AI extended mind, then sitting back in your lounge chair to observe events unfold as you subtly execute your devious plans. Consider all that predictive power in real time, coupled with substantial wealth and connections to move the global meter in your chosen favor. Wow, I had no idea and didn't notice anything unusual, Peter confessed. Of course not. That's why this new tech is so insidious. You're never aware who's using and who's not. But back to your comment on incomprehensible. What makes it that, son, is the sad fact that the entry bar has been lowered to the floor. Nowadays, even the lowest common denominator of humanity is jumping over that bar. What bar? Molly requested as she straggled from the kitchen with Polly. Her arm was wrapped in an iced towel, and her right ribcage sported a similar wrap beneath her top. She and Polly each took a seat. Looks like she did good work there, Stu bragged. Thank you, Polly. Polly nodded her head and confirmed, nothing new is broken that I can tell. What bar, Molly? The bar of capability, of ease, of investment. One of your interviews mentioned it. Volatile tech is fully democratized. Any old still operator can buy a kit and create the next little monster or monstrosity. And I'm not just referring to black market GD kits which, by God's grace, have not plunged the planet into significant peril as yet. I mean across the spectrum of little terrors, be they nano or viral or mechanical or animal or synthetic. Y'all understand? It used to be that virulent tech took considerable doing. Now, nobody is watching Joe Bob with his backwoods still churning out virulent mash for profit or fun. It's out of control. Pandora's box is blown wide open, calling out to any 2-bit genius who believes he has the answer to self-enrichment or the world's problems, be that alien or human. He stopped talking for a moment and motioned to Ears. "Son, I could use a shot of good Scotch whiskey if you have any." "JW okay?" "Perfect. Anyone else?" "A shot glass is fine. No ice, por favor." Stu continued while Ears walked to the kitchen. "Your bioethyl gal talked of a perfect storm gathering. She was 50% right, but she left out the linchpin in the storm. This damn obelisk fell from the sky, albeit I contend it was crafted by humans. Then we put it on display to worship its glorious essence at exactly the wrong time. Humanity already had enough to deal with, and our previous trajectory was likely going to end the game quickly for most of us anyhow. But with this renewed urgency to act on fear, and it's getting more urgent by the hour, human beings are teetering on the hairy edge of a self-inflicted apocalyptic wound." Ears overheard the comments from the kitchen and recalled his possible upcoming Toxo interview, as well as related reports confirming its release into various water systems. "Is Toxo involved?" he asked, coming back with the shot glass of whiskey in hand. "Oh boy. You hit that nail," he confirmed as he tilted his head back to take the full shot. "I've seen Toxo and Toxo derivatives are spread worldwide, but those reports are hard to assess. We're in such a whipsaw now. It's tough to decipher whether this global insanity threat is caused by biological agents, media fearmongering, or simply because people are naturally afraid. Either way, nobody's left around the government to test and evaluate the causes of the commotion. No one's at work because across the major cities people are hunkering down in their homes or safe places, including those researchers." "Have you been into grocery stores or what's left of them?" Polly queried. "My pantry is well stocked," Ears confirmed, "and we were doing takeout and delivery. That's been impossible to get lately, however." "Shelves are quickly going bare," Stu continued. "Farmers aren't delivering, food stocks aren't getting to rail or truck, and the food prep industry has nothing to process. The entire distribution chain is in disarray. People are hoping to wait out the threat at home. And just like that old 1950s movie, they assume that the Martians will succumb to something on Earth, weapon or not, after a few weeks. Sure. You think we'd have learned a lesson or two about how to respond given the prior global plagues, but no. City services aren't impacted yet," Peter noted. "Y'all seriously need to get out more, or not, at this juncture. As the seconds tick by, it gets progressively worse. Can't tell you where it'll end, or when the water and electricity go kaput." Peter nodded. "Understood, but I'm not clear on why you're here and why you're sharing this with us." "Guilt, son, and maybe it's that I appreciated you letting me on the show. I'm the thankful type. You already gave us $1 million plus each," Ears exclaimed. "Son, money means nothing when you ain't got a bean. You've seen the financial markets? They're on the rapid road to zero." Peter was still confused and anxious to get to Stu's point. "This means what in real terms?" "An offer to stay at my ranch and ride this tornado out. At least that could buy y'all time. Allows us to wait and see what our fearless leaders and the UN come up with, assuming they're not too late to the party." "What of the podcast?" Molly urged. "We need to finish and run the rest of our interviews." "That's up to you folks. I don't want you thinking this offer is take or leave right now. I understand it's a shocker to consider, but I ask you to keep an open mind. If you come with me pronto, I could guarantee you a seat on my plane. The offer stays open after that, but you'd likely need to secure your own long ride to Texas. I don't know if you guys caught the news, but some big airports are closing due to the unrest," Ears added. "I know, Ears, but they indicated it was temporary until the National Guard or Army arrives to restore order," Molly countered. Stu leaned forward and repositioned himself in his chair. "Kids, don't believe everything you get from the news. I suspect from my sources that a good number of soldiers are returning home to take care of their own kin. Even if some of them make it to their assigned posts, we'll not see a radical shift back to normalcy. Our new normal is abnormal in myriad ways. Catch what I'm saying? There will be a next shoe that drops big time, and literal hell will break loose in cities and towns across the world. You're seeing it here, if your unfortunate episode today wasn't enough to convince you. You have room? Molly wondered. It's a big Texas spread, and I'm sure there are enough corners and blankets in that place for you. Worst case, you'd be sleeping with my horses in the stables. His belly shook as he laughed aloud. Peter nodded. Back to the podcast, though. Molly's right. We'd need someone to stay, finish the interviews and production work, then cue them up. We have 4 or 5 left in the wings, if I'm correct, Ears. Possible you could do that from my place? We aren't Wild West settlers out there, but even in good times the cell coverage and wireline internet are intermittent. Given the disruptions, I'm guessing we'll be lucky if data access works consistently. There's a satellite setup, but it seems most of those are being repurposed for governmental needs. In other words, if you want to be certain your shows go on, I can provide no guarantees at my ranch. More likely, someone would need to stay here. Could be you sport a better chance that utilities and power will remain intact in the big cities, assuming it's not too late for the PDs and armed forces to corral the negative undercurrents. Peter peered at Molly and Ears. What do you think, team? We need to run the show, Peter, Ears confirmed. We're so close and too many are ready to play. It doesn't have to be the 3 of us, and one person could do everything. Not clean but acceptable. Ears turned to Polly. When are you heading back? She nodded to Stu. Well, he replied, it's understood y'all should discuss this. We got clearance for takeoff tomorrow at 6 early. You'd need to be at the airport in time to run through our special security section and hop on the jet. Peter rubbed his chin. I'm more inclined for me to stay and hope it doesn't get that bad, then get out if it does. Both of you can go, though. Molly pressed her lips together. I must tie up things here with my kung fu master. Feel I'd be bolting out when we don't even know what happened to my buds who've disappeared. Oh, we'll find them, Peter suggested. Here's my take, just a gut sense, she advised, turning to Ears. Why don't you go with them? You can be our eyes and ears in that part of the nation. Besides, if you're there and we run into trouble here, we'll have another plan ready to go. I'll stay with Peter, and we'll keep progressing in Boston until and unless it gets too hairy to stay. I'll need to call my parents. They're in Costa Rica, but I doubt it's any safer there than here, Ears stated. But you're okay going? Molly confirmed. It splits us up, but I like the Plan B idea. We need to do at least one more interview here with Hats, the guy doing the external mind control, Ears replied. Stu cautioned them, given the risks of travel in the city, you should do any remaining interviews via phone. Molly agreed. My thoughts exactly. That's a foregone conclusion after our fun mech encounter this morning. Then we're on. Ears, I suggest you get packing, Stu directed. Ears excused himself to run upstairs. Molly and Peter, you two better lie low, he warned. Bar your door and don't respond to strangers. Once I'm home, I can't guarantee any assistance for your trip to Texas. I'm guessing most types of long-distance transport may be suspended in the next few days or weeks. You'll need to balance that risk with whatever benefit you engender by running these podcasts to the end. Molly's makeshift ice packs were dripping on the floor. I should change, she acknowledged, peering at her wet top. Stu, assuming we should keep calling you that, we do appreciate what you've done for us and your generous offer. I can't speak for Peter, and possibly I'm ignoring my normal sense of danger, but I'm hoping all this unrest boils over and things get under control so we can laugh at this a few months down the road. Damn these fucking social networks. They take no responsibility and get people so overwrought with insightful and hateful content. People are being led around by their balls, based on virtual networks led by fringe nutjobs. I'm with you there, Molly, and Stu works just fine for now. My own sources and senses are pushing up red flags everywhere, of the apocalyptic kind. Here's an anecdote you might appreciate. My grandfather was in that last Great World War, a Pearl Harbor survivor. He had just arrived on the deck of the Arizona after enjoying a fine Sunday morning in town at church. Said he didn't hear the planes until the bombs hit. He was blown off the ship with the first volley and started swimming and swimming. Made it through with minor burns. I'm sensing 8 billion of us are standing on that deck right now. After Stu, Polly, and Ears made their farewells and left the condo, Molly and Peter made plans for managing the next few weeks, understanding the situation in Boston might get worse. Molly checked the kitchen food stocks and determined there were adequate canned and packaged goods to last them a few months. Peter attempted to get food delivered from the grocery store, but nobody responded online or over the phone, so they decided to first consume the perishable food in the refrigerator and freezer. In the event electricity and pumping stations were disrupted, Molly instructed Peter to fill both bathtubs with water. They also checked Ears' closets and found an ample supply of blankets and coats. For physical security, they both felt that any window access was unlikely. Front windows were only on the upper floor of the condo, inaccessible without a tall ladder. Since the condo was on the second floor of the building, back window access was also limited. To forestall entry through the front door, Peter and Molly set Ears' living room armoire on its side and dragged it in front of the door. Molly felt secure enough since she had previously taken her kung fu weapons to the condo. Despite these measures, they both rested uneasy that night, though Peter was more comfortable moving from the couch to Ears' bedroom upstairs. The next morning was Friday, and Molly rose early to practice her martial arts, despite her injuries. She felt good about their plan, believing they were employing an adequate degree of caution. It's the United States, for God's sake, she pondered. They won't let this unrest and fear get out of hand. At mid-morning, Molly received a message via email. The source was not identified, but the news was devastating. Grieving in silence, she waited for Peter to awaken. He finally emerged from the bedroom door and peered downstairs, noticing Molly at her laptop. Mascara was smeared on her face and her cheeks were stained with tears. "Come here," she requested in a near whisper. "Just received bad news." "What's up?" Peter flew down the stairs, and Molly stood to open her arms to hug him. "What bad news?" "Ears?" "Yes," she sobbed, holding him tightly and pressing her face into his shoulder. She could hardly speak. "Got an email this morning. Someone from Stu's business." Pained by her injured ribs and gasping for air, she stopped talking. "What happened?" He tried to pull back to see her face, but she tightened her grip. "Don't," she insisted. "The jet." The email said the jet went down over Missouri. They were almost home. Her stomach muscles cramped as she cried. "Oh, my ribs." Peter was shocked. "How?" "They don't know yet, but the FAA informed them. It went out of radar range some distance from the ground and apparently crashed in the hills. A few people saw smoke, but we have no other news. Email said it's unlikely they'll get any details soon given the state of things, and nobody can check on this while law enforcement is busy on obvious issues." Peter felt lightheaded. Too much. "Got to sit." He slowly walked Molly to the couch. She kept her face pressed into his nightshirt. "I don't want to think of how. The risk. We should have stayed together through this. It's my fault. I forced him to go," she lamented, barely able to push the words out. "Not your fault, Molly. Don't jump to conclusions until we find out for sure." "My fault." Peter pushed her back. He was too shocked to cry. "Not your fault. We both wanted him to go, and he agreed. All three of us might have been on that plane. These are accidents, and nobody's at fault. We don't even know Stu's real name. What did the email say? Nothing much. A guy from his business said they're presumed dead, since jet crashes don't leave survivors. It was brief. Here, read it. She turned her laptop around for Peter to view the email. He read the few sentences. I'm in disbelief, Molly. Are you sure the story checks out? They supposedly left Boston only 4 hours ago. The timing doesn't feel right, or they must have departed earlier than planned. Took off at 6 or earlier. Who knows? The guy said it just happened. I'm sure his people were tracking Stu's progress and communicating with them. Peter, please, she pleaded, don't give me false hope. Please don't pursue this path. Bad things are happening all around us. It's dark times. Let's not talk. Stay with me a few more minutes. I'm used to death, seen it too many times. I must force myself to be real and accepting. Just hold me here. No speaking. Peter held her. He had never been this close to Molly, and despite the shocking news, he noticed the rich smell of her hair and tenderness of her caress. Don't take this path of softness, Peter, he thought to himself. Don't even think how bad your timing could be here. Think of ears, my ears. He can't be dead. After several minutes of weeping, Molly got up. I need to cry in the shower, wash my face, then cry on my bed. Give me a few hours. Okay? Shall we cancel today's show with Ort Cloud? No, don't. I edited and queued it last night. Let it run as is. Ears would have wanted that. Grasping her ribcage, she walked into her bedroom and closed the door. Peter went to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of orange juice, and sat in a daze. Molly emerged 2 hours later. The shock is still with me, Peter, but I'm coping, she confided as she walked out the bedroom door. Peering into the kitchen, she saw Peter with his head resting on both arms and his eyes closed. She hurried to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. He covered her hand with his. I tried to do too much, he admitted. Got caught up in it. The thrill of the podcast. The climbing numbers. Too much ego. I wanted more and more. Tears poured from his eyes, and Molly reached for a towel as he cried out loud. I can't believe it. I love the guy. We love the guy, Molly sympathized. Never was sweeter. Always so happy, so positive on life. Never complained. Couldn't pray for a better friend, he grieved, sobbing into the towel. Episode 23 Hats. Peter arose early the next morning and was working on the couch, hoping he could fill in for some of Ear's podcast duties. He monitored the previous day's run with Ort Cloud and was surprised at seeing over 40 million active listeners and downloads. How are you doing? He asked when Molly finally opened her door. I feel alone without him, without knowing he's there, safe in Texas. Her eyes welled up with tears. No, I can't get started. I told myself not to cry any longer, so I applied my mascara. Do I appear terribly bad? You're beautiful. Don't feel you need to put mascara on for me. You look great without it. Peter, don't lie, she pleaded. You never cared anyway. Molly, I understand beauty. I see beauty. Natural beauty. Right, kind words to comfort a grieving girl. I didn't even do martial arts this morning, the first time in I don't know how long, except for the hospital visit. It keeps me straight and gives me strength and courage. Peter grabbed his laptop and stood up from the couch. You want to exercise here? I'll move into the kitchen. No, don't bother. Did you contact his parents? They already did per that gent from Stu's office, once they confirmed the news. It's in your inbox too. Molly sat on the couch, rubbing her arms and massaging her muscles, typical preparation for starting her exercises. Guess I didn't read that. Just saw the confirmation. You'd hope to believe it was staged, but I can't go there. Must stop this incessant mental pathway that pops up in my brain. Better do my martial arts, Peter, and yeah, move to the kitchen. But wait, she put her hand out to stop Peter from standing. Hug first. Peter was surprised but reached over to hug her, and they both felt connected in spirit. She pushed him back after a moment. Enough feeling bad or trying to feel good. I didn't even want to look at the numbers for Cloud yesterday. How'd it go? Over 40 million. Ears was magic at getting us noticed. I'll work the other interviews today and tomorrow if I can do it. Must get my head around something productive like edits, clean up the usual. Peter nodded. I agree. Then we should get the hell out of here. Yeah. You know, I didn't go on the plane with ears because I wanted to say goodbye to my master and others at the studio, plus make sure my buds are okay. But I considered it last night and concluded that going out for any reason is too risky. I'll call instead. Most of my weapons are here in the condo, anyway. She arose from the couch and started into her active warm-ups. Back to our schedule then. Nucleator runs this Wednesday, Unager runs Friday, and Brokers drops the following Wednesday. Then it's the Hats phone call interview next Thursday, the one ears setup. Peter looked at his laptop. Aha. 10 in the morning. Don't you think we should just cancel the Hats interview and find a way out of town? She had a pained look on her face and was breathing hard. No. Let's do this for ears. And Peter, there's no guarantee that Bemidji or wherever will be any better. Things should settle as the troops arrive. Oh, then there's one more, the Stoic. You serious about doing that one? We need an end to this series, Peter. A solid and purposeful conclusion. You can't cover all this apocalyptic tech and leave listeners wondering what to do about it until the bad guys arrive. And we can't build expectations in our fans that there's more to come. We're no longer doing Toxo, anyway. True. Based on his recent email, I get the sense the guy was on the run. I hope to God he had nothing to do with these reports of Toxo derivatives being released everywhere. You get the bad feeling he either was involved or knew the dudes who were. Cat feces. You can't make this stuff up, can you? Isn't it enough that we create our own biotech warfare crap synthetically, and along comes a parasite in cat poop that some 8-year-old manipulates in his home science kit to drive us all insane? Our species is crazy enough without tolerating Junior's aberrant little experiments. Peter moved into the kitchen. I'll tell my parents to expect us sometime within the next few weeks, okay? I'm assuming we can still rent a car and travel state to state without encountering massive traffic jams. I'll keep running the numbers and monitoring the email. Appears we didn't get a pickup in threats after Cloud. Only a mountain of emails from folks who empathized with the plight of the poor doctors. Molly started her circle-walking kung fu exercise. Nucleator is the only one left who's threatening, she surmised. Unager, Brokers, even Hats, they're tepid in comparison. The nasty emails, and even our mech problems should start diminishing once those last 3 play, then we can top it off with philosophy. A good calming plan. Peter and Molly sat around the coffee table before their interview on Thursday morning. Although both mourned Ear's death from the prior week, they coped in different ways. Molly exercised, doing her martial arts for 8 hours each day despite her injuries. From her studies of Eastern mysticism and the great Stoic philosophers, she understood that death was a natural part of life, allowing her to avoid excessive sorrow and self-absorption. In contrast to Molly's disciplined approach, Peter felt strangely distant. Although he had seen death at an early age when his brother died, he otherwise had only known the passing of distant friends or relatives. The acuteness of Ear's incident was most impactful for him. He was now sleeping in Ear's bed, using the toiletries in his bathroom, and unable to avoid pictures of Ear's family showing throughout the room. Even the vidscreen savers displayed videos and stills of family and friends. Peter felt it was inappropriate to change anything so soon after his death. Beyond Ear's charming but subtle personality and humor, Peter missed the help that he provided with the podcast. Ears was no longer there to provide continual updates on local and global happenings, and the news was becoming more compelling by the minute. Peter's coping consisted mostly of what Ears would otherwise have done. He spent most of his time checking news feeds in the kitchen from his laptop. Oort Cloud and the Nucleator had run the previous Friday and Wednesday, and Peter noticed that the numbers indicated modest growth in listeners. "Molly, we sure could use Ear's help right now to keep the momentum going. He was so adept at monitoring these feeds and stats." "I doubt if that matters, given the social disarray we're seeing. I'm surprised every morning that we still have internet access, water, and electricity. The fact that anyone is listening to us seems an afterthought." "Been in touch with your PD friend or detectives?" "Not even. They're unreachable. You don't want to be in their shoes, with the world going insane as it is. Our little brushes with death and threats are almost laughable with what I assume they're encountering every minute." Peter nodded in agreement. "We should get ready." Because Ears was always tied in to listener feeds and chat, he could provide them with notes and visual cues to help guide the conversation. They now had to do without that help. Molly arranged the mixer and recorder, and Peter started the podcast. A sad note to our listeners today at the start of this show. Ears, our mutual friend with whom most of you are familiar, died in a plane crash Friday. No cause was provided, and it may be weeks or months before we find out details, given that most federal agencies are full up with other pressing national security matters. His voice cracked as he continued. "We loved Ears. He was both a great friend and significant force in driving the success of this podcast. The guy is irreplaceable, and we'll miss him to no end." Peter paused and grabbed a tissue to wipe his tears. And on that unfortunate note, I'll introduce our guest on the call today. He is a global expert in the technology of mind control via external means. This very new and relatively controversial tech is typically used for offensive or defensive means. We're calling him HATS since part of today's discussion delves into the use of hat-like devices to prevent a person's decisions and actions from being manipulated by external energetic agents. HATS, can you give a brief history of mind manipulation technologies? Sure, Peter, and thanks for having me on today. My condolences to you, Molly, and Ear's friends and family. It's the adage of when it rains, it pours, I suppose. You're in the Boston area, and like many places in the States, law enforcement and the military have been facing huge challenges these last few weeks. We're seeing too much violence and unrest in the streets, and there's no excuse. I don't envy these heroes, and I worry for this great country and the world at large. We're in complete agreement, Molly confirmed. Personally, I'm skeptical an alien attack is imminent, or whether it will ever occur. Even if it is on the brink, our attempts at a response are likely to fall short by many orders of magnitude. This threat is like Godzilla. He either emerges from the ocean and flattens your town with fire, or he doesn't. There is no in-between, and little you can do to impact that outcome. I imagine your listeners heard an earful of that conversation already, so I'll only touch on implications of the obelisk and network neuroscience, or net new tech. Peter added, "We're recording this for a future playout date. Most listeners will have had their fill of obelisk-related news by that time, if not already." Great then. A short history of net new. It started in early forms last century with experiments on device-to-brain electrode implants controlled by external systems for those with physical disabilities. This tech was hybridized in myriad ways, and its use began to take off by the mid-2020s. Asia was the global leader. At the time, certain countries required transit operators, for example, to wear headgear, so that the government or regulators or companies could control their actions while they operated vehicles like subway trains. After experiencing great results from the first implementations, they soon extended headgear requirements to other types of workers. In some cases, they're extending the tech to citizens at large. Before you go further, Peter wondered, can you touch on the social implications of mind control that arose from these applications? Few aspects of it ever made the headline news. It simply became generally accepted, except in our country and some other Western democracies. For others, the tech was just too functional not to implement, a fact that often overrides any morality issue of right or wrong. For a moment, put yourself in the shoes of those governments who had previously deployed cameras and face recognition tech ubiquitously among their various citizenries. They already knew your comings and goings, your tastes and vices, how you spent your money, your political persuasions, the color of your socks, and how much toilet paper you used. All that, stored in some lovely AI and cloud databases. They also implemented point-based incentives to guide your behavior, a subtle or not-so-subtle form of societal control. You can argue the philosophical questions of right or wrong, but that degree of centralized planning was and still is apparently effective and efficient for them. To what degree did mind control exist at that time? Many listeners should be familiar with this tech by now, but not entirely its applications. Net new tech allows a centralized authority to decode or decipher what your brain is thinking, then direct or guide your thoughts in response. Here's an easy example in commercial applications. Say you do janitorial services at a large furniture store. Occasionally, your natural inclination might be to head outside for an extended smoke and talk while on the clock. The headgear recognizes that spark or signal in your mind and mitigates your little bout of laziness with a designated set of commands. Instead of taking that long smoking break with like-minded slackers, you go clean toilet bowls instead. It's akin to a noise cancellation system, but you're canceling an idea or potential action instead of a sound. And this tech is a requirement now, even with visitors to these countries? Molly queried. Yes, and it can be a rude awakening for anybody who hasn't traveled overseas lately. There was initial resistance, but it became a two-steps-forward thing, and eventually incremented itself into acceptability. You've heard that adage about smaller incremental changes that never get noticed but end up being the most impactful? It's the long game versus the short, and the long game always wins. These systems are now being embedded in people, correct? It's not as if they're wearing headgear any longer, she speculated. Net new chips are increasingly much easier to embed and maintain than headgear. Plus, there was the practical side of keeping that bulky old stuff on your head at all times. A few countries still allow both types, but chippers are becoming more predominant these days. Peter was unsettled at the general concept. The obvious question is around how the individuals controlled by these devices can determine which actions are of their own volition. Do they care whether they can make independent decisions? Hatz began breathing heavily into the mic. Over the last decade, this tech has become very integrated into the human ecosystem. It's now the norm for a variety of reasons, at least in certain regions. People are willing to give up independence for what one might call state of the mind, or even mind of the state, as an interesting play on words. Many individuals actually prefer augmentation that provides a constant and typically wireless connection into some controlling entity, be that the company they work for, the gym they go to for workouts, or the government overseeing their daily activities. Molly was agitated. I don't think I'd ever give up my mind willingly to another entity or AI. Understood, and living where you live you may not have to. However, one could perceive these folks gave up their sense of self willingly, at times, to a collective or controlling entity of greater value, however that might be interpreted. It's not like these augmented folks don't retain a fair semblance of personal characteristics. They still perceive that they're individuals. A mix of collective and individual, in fact. Nothing wrong with that. This is the net new reality, at least for the few billion humans it applies to in some part today. From your own viewpoint, should net new mind control be condemned or condoned? Molly questioned. I'm an old-school libertarian, I guess. Be and let be. I can't tell people what they can and can't do with their brains, or the societies they create. Look at the chippers in our country, for instance. I can't command them not to plug into the internet via a temple chip, or not to embed a security chip in their palm, or a million other variations on that theme. Given what you know, Peter asked, would you consider it for yourself? Look. My son is a teenager, and most of his friends have recently chucked their cell phones for chips. It's an easier way to connect, and doesn't depend on always holding a device in your hands. But back to your point. Mind control is and always has been the name of the game. Spouses want to control their mate's behavior or desires. Companies desire more productive workers. Advertisers want to convince shoppers to buy. Social networks and gaming companies use the tech to ensure continued use of their products. Not in the least, governments hope to control individuals for their own societal purposes. I can't tell them not to do that. Then we're at a good point to shift the conversation to your own views and any concerns you may have, Peter requested. Fine. Staying with that libertarian thought for a minute. A few years ago, it became clear that as an expert in this field, net new tech was being used on individuals and groups with little or no awareness they were being controlled. I don't mind if people overtly choose or are gently coerced. But when they aren't aware, that just feels wrong. How does someone control your mind without you being aware? It's a slight twist on the tech we just discussed. I'll give you an example. A large AR theater company wanted to sell more popcorn. They tried this to modest success by placing more popcorn ads on screen before the movie begins. Then they had the brainchild to invest in net new tech recently declassified from the military. These systems employed hypersensitive devices that picked up on brain energies of individuals, for instance, who weren't hungry for popcorn. They used the net new tech to emit just the right intracranial radio or ultrasonic transmissions to patrons to convince them that they were famished for popcorn. At first it worked like a charm, so much so that the company bought many more popcorn machines. Getting hungry at the thought, Peter joked. And that is what finally tipped off the feds. Too many popcorn machines. Yet the feds can't stop what they aren't aware of, especially if it's cheap and easy to obtain and operate, as it is these days. If that was done in our little hometown theater example, can you imagine the larger commercial applications? Consider when you're on a car lot with the plaid-suited salesman. I need to go back for a second, Molly insisted. How did net new tech go from simple headsets to integrated chips to short-distance wireless control? Good question, Molly. It's all just physics and energy. First, they invented a hat that sends a pulse through the cranium to the targeted location in the brain, down to the specific neuron even. That's old tech by now. Then, research institutes and defense agencies worked on external systems that required no physical device on or in the head at all. Like every other tech in history, it starts with a fixed application and migrates to wireless as the apps and equipment are perfected. No different here. In effect, the human head becomes nothing more than a smart antenna to receive targeted instructions from a centralized source. And it's not like they're getting an immense data feed. These are generally simple commands like go left, go right, or go get popcorn. Got it, thanks. So what are you proposing relative to this? Back to the libertarian perspective, Peter. What if you value your individual decision-making capabilities and don't want your local grocery store covertly encouraging you to buy the more expensive brand of peanut butter? Or what if you don't want your police department directing you not to jaywalk across the street? Or what if you want to be sure your vote in the booth is your own vote, and not what the incumbent party or building owner is surreptitiously pressing into your skull? How the hell would you ever find out? Molly wondered. It sounds like most of these systems are similar to the plethora of cameras around the globe. You can't see them, but they can see you. You can't control them, but they control you. Is that the idea? Well spoken. That's why we're finding and funding a new set of devices coming to market to mitigate the effects of this radiant energy and its ability to control your thoughts. Admittedly, many of these products aren't presently that attractive to wear because you need to cover the better portion of your skull to offset or scatter the intruding signals. Peter wanted to give the audience a visual concept of what was being discussed. What are these mitigating helmets or hats comprised of? Have you ever been to Arizona and seen the stucco houses everywhere? If you have, you'll find it's hard as hell to get a mobile signal indoors due to the wire mesh that stucco needs as a framework. The devices coming to market provide protections against net new directed energy in a similar way. They often use multiple aluminum and metal meshes of varying sizes, coupled with other proprietary signal blocking tech. Molly laughed. I can't imagine wearing a stucco hat. It's not quite as bad as that, and we're always improving the form factors. We're getting to 3 nines reliability on shielding. Our testing has found no radiant systems capable of regularly getting through to brain tissue while using these devices, save for a transmitter directly atop your head. Beyond the head protection devices, there's new development for emitting an aura or crown of defensive, neutralizing energy around the skull. However, those systems are still in trials. That's a great summary, but we should wind this podcast down. I need to ask a final question. Does this net new tech correlate to the obelisk in any aspect? There was a long moment of silence. Still there? Molly inquired. Yes, I'm still here. Again, I'm trusting you will not expose anything about me personally when I mention this. You're in good hands, Peter assured him. We'll edit this call. He paused again. You both are probably too young to remember. Long ago, there was a big scare regarding subliminal media advertising on TV or in theaters. It was the kind where they flash a burger joint clip mid-program. The clip came and went so fast, your brain didn't know it saw anything. After the show, you're hungry for one of those burgers. That was nearly 100 years ago, and here we are today. And we're still hungry for that burger, Peter joked. Hats failed to laugh. So, imagine you want to push your subliminal ad to all residents across the city. You can't do that on the mass media, since there are restrictive laws and other means to audit your actions. But what if you took a little radiant dish and drove around town with it on your car roof, blasting out those desired signals? That's not much of an issue if they're only pushing a hunger for hamburger with fries to your brain. But it is an issue if they're pushing other stuff. Like what other stuff? Molly asked. Anarchy. Fear. Anger. Revenge. Victim behavior. Hatred. Bigotry. I'll stop there and need to go. Thanks, you too. He hung up without allowing Peter to properly close. They were both stunned that he couldn't even provide a proper goodbye. Then Molly glanced at the news and gasped aloud. Oh my God, Peter, look at the feeds coming in. Massive deaths in Europe and elsewhere. This is the first time where I'm seeing numbers. People falling dead in the streets. It was only minor rumors in a few reports yesterday, and now it's exploding. Shit. I read something yesterday too, and saw early analysis on it from feeds this morning. Assumed it was typical fake news crap. Groups of scientists were suggesting it could be the return of bubonic plague or a more virulent coronavirus. Molly kept reading. It says people young and old are dying while walking or sleeping, many without prior symptoms like fevers or boils. Nobody appears safe. I'll view the national news clips. Yeah, I'm searching now. Jesus, look at downtown Paris. I see Istanbul, a similar thing. Appears it started in Amsterdam or Belgium, with an act of terror implication. Are you seeing anything about the cause? A little right here, she claimed, reading the live feed. Possibly a result of a cocktail of biologics, both synthetic and non. They even mention toxo in this feed. I mean, who would put together a mess of this virulent crap like we've been covering? Peter suddenly felt like the sky was falling in on him. I hope it's not one of our listeners. I mean, we're just reporting on this tech. It's not like we're suggesting everyone must go out and buy a nuclear grenade. Yeah, Peter, but who just said it? Back to the low bar and high bar. Nukes had that high bar, but this GD stuff is part of that 12-year-old's home science kit. Plus, who knows how many sickos are out there who do this intentionally? Peter's brow furrowed. Both Stu and Ortcloud reference this in their own way. A cocktail of GD. God, after what we've reported on, I imagine that noxious beverage could include any number of horrific things. Want to force others to integrate mammalian variant tech into their bodies? Spread it around. Want to push new synbio around town? Lots of possible vectors there. Human touch. Breath. Wind. Water. Rats. Flies. Roaches. Molly kept reading while talking. Yeah, but what a stretch to think it could move that quickly or in such large numbers. I hear you, but with GD skin rubs and gene scrolling, the 9 yards of vector transmission opportunities are there for the taking. If you could turn back 50 years, the authorities would get clued in if some wacko purchased equipment and chemicals to manufacture a deadly nerve agent or huge bomb. They'd be alerted and hunt you down. Now, it's hard to do that when you can get whatever GD tech you desire via same-day drone delivery. Define your molecular cocktail requirements, then open the package and start playing around. Molly was pale. We're jumping to conclusions, Peter. But I am worried that this looks like a big city problem. If the transmission vector has anything to do with proximity to other people, then we're facing societal disarray on a scale never encountered, even compared to the recent pandemics. And there's enough chaos without this. It's like having all the world wars simultaneously, then you add a bubonic plague, Peter added. The problem is, we now have things like jets and other transportation that can carry anything rapidly from continent to continent. No doubt it already has. Depending on its transmissibility, this could make coronavirus and the others seem like child's play. They looked at each other and deduced the same thing. Everyone will come to this same conclusion. Get out of the city, get to your bunker in the Nevada desert, and pray you survive, Molly choked. Timing is critical. What are you considering? She asked. You should go to my parents' house now. Why wouldn't you come with me? Do you remember that old podcast we did, an early one? Something about game theory and riddles and splitting your bets? She was perturbed. I don't get it. Why does that matter? Do you remember the guy posed a question of a similar nature? It was about a boat and 2 people who have the choice to stay on shore with near certain death or sail across the roiling sea to slightly less certain death. She scratched her head. I don't recall that one. Maybe you did it alone. A long, long time ago. The answer was almost always a coin toss. Both could stay and risk a greater likelihood of dying, or one could stay and the other could sail to the new land but risk death by sinking during the journey. Or they both could sail. The coin toss is altered by the consideration that it's better to split your bets. Similar to blackjack logic if the cards you possess are bad ones. I do not want to leave without you. Period. Peter sat back on the couch and crossed his legs. I understand. Feelings are mutual. But we must be practical, right? You're always the pragmatic one, so I'd think you'd be convincing me instead of vice versa. What of the other factors and risks? What if either location is out of electricity or city facilities? It's probably a lesser chance that both are. If we stay here together, we may not be able to run the podcasts. I'd bet that rural areas are safer, being more reliant upon their local systems. Yet there's the trip aspect to balance the risk. And think of it, Molly. You are leagues more capable of defending yourself out there than I. If someone shook a stick at me, I'd die right on the spot. Molly laughed uncomfortably and stood up from her chair to sit next to Peter. You're serious? Yes. The rental car is charged up so you don't need to stop. You can take 90 to 94, bypassing Chicago slightly, which I'm sure will be as tenuous as the other major cities. We'll get you packed up with a load of food and water to last you for days, if it takes that long. You should be able to activate your cell phone once you get out of this area where the mechs are prevalent. We can communicate at agreed times and even use code words to signal trouble. Code words? This sounds like a movie script. Let me think, he mused, rubbing his chin. 2 easy ones. Remember the misspelling as Wanning from that article? That's a good one. Use that if you're in trouble, but not major danger. Then we should create a more extreme one, like Washington. Use that if your life is in danger. Peter, I'm playing along here and need to ponder it more. But right now, we're better together than apart. You can ponder all you want, but please consider this. It's Thursday morning. We're just now seeing more conclusive news reports. Not everyone has tuned in yet, and the national news is just picking it up. People will be very afraid, and fear spreads like wildfire. It'll take everyone multiple hours to strategize and prepare, so you have only a few hours to get started out on the roads. You'll need to quickly get far enough away from city traffic and the entire East Coast. Leaving will be horrifically risky later tonight and into the weekend. In my opinion, you should either go right now or never. Come with me, she pleaded, her eyebrows raised. Peter suddenly felt stirred. The warmth of her hand, her hopeful smile. Stop, Peter. More important things, he thought. Go consider what I said. I need to take a shower to think on it, she advised as she rubbed his lower thigh for a moment. Best to start preparing for the trip in the event I come out positive on your idea. Great, he exclaimed. Sorry, we don't have hours to ponder. I'll grab trash bags and start piling food in. We can take out a couple of those large jugs of water. You're driving to a state with 10,000 lakes. Once you're there, toxo-tainted water should be the least worry on your mind. How far? I've done it in 22 hours at good speed, he replied as she rose and walked into the bedroom. A few minutes later, he heard the water stop. Peter, come in here, Molly yelled through her closed bedroom door. While she was in the shower, Peter had prepared the garbage bags with food. When she called to him, he was back on the couch checking the news feeds. Sure, what's up? He asked as he opened her unlocked door. Molly was still wet from the shower. 2 pink cotton towels were wrapped around her. A smaller one around her head, and a larger one draped around her body. I was thinking, she began. I'll go soon, but there's a small chance we may never see each other again. You know me. Practical and pragmatic and maybe even a little crazy. She undraped her towels. Now's the time. Let's get this done. Let's make this connection, since it could be our last. Peter was stunned, not even thinking in this realm. He closed his eyes, as if he had not seen her. Are you serious? He sensed the welling up inside of him again, then felt her hands creep around his waist to lift his shirt. Never been more serious. He opened his eyes and they caressed. 20 minutes later, Molly jumped up from the bed. I'll bring my weapons. She turned and saw Peter still under the covers. Shall I leave you any? He was in a daze and didn't want to interrupt his brief personal afterglow with the harsh reality facing them. No, he replied, slowly rising to the bed's edge. They'd be used against me, he laughed. I'm sure gun shops are either closed or out of stock by now. I'll have to live by my wits, which are lately fewer in number. I hope our little tryst doesn't weaken your resolve to get through this mess alive. No, Molly? Strengthens it. That's good. Me too. I'll report to your parents on your performance here today, as I'm sure they'll want to know. Indeed, he chuckled. I'll email them now and you'll arrive to open arms. They'll wonder why I didn't arrive with you, but you have the whole day and night to ponder a response to that question. It's good we did this. We needed an enduring, strong bond to help us through. I'm fine with stress and have worked so much of my life to drive fear from my psyche. It's like a rock in your shoe you can't take out. Sometimes it sticks at the middle of the heel and hurts like hell, and other times it lays hidden under the arch. Either way, it's a constant companion and must be managed in stressful times. Peter finished dressing. I won't expect anything when I get there, or when you come back here. I know we're in an extreme situation, and things like this happen. She walked around to the edge of the bed where Peter was tying his tennis shoes. Peter, she emphasized, lifting his jaw up to peer into his eyes. One day at a time. I enjoyed this. We were close anyway, just closer now. To be honest, I had thoughts before and never acted on them. Look, I need to get out of here before the proverbial shit hits the fan on the roads. I'm not going anywhere for the next few weeks, not unless they torch the place. I can't imagine this anarchy would spread to Bemidji. And you'd like to assume the CDC and others are actively on the case. Remember the Ebola and coronavirus outbreaks? There are contingency plans for cases like this, or at least I hope they have them. It should be cleared up in a few weeks. Then we can decide if it's best for me to go there, or for you to come back here. Besides, I saw news that the National Guard and Army are making progress in a few cities. Molly ran into the bathroom to pack her things, then loaded a large roller bag of clothing. I need to bring my weapons. We'll walk out with them together. You keep the saber though. That alone should be enough to stop any mech or other deviant from approaching you, unless they have a gun. They won't know that you're totally incompetent with it. She paused at the thought of Peter wielding any weapon and laughed. I'll take both steel swords on the way out. Double sword is my love. If I were to ever check out for good, I'd want those in my hands. I'll also leave my spear since it won't fit in the car without sticking out through the open window, which I don't want to do on this long, cold drive. Can you carry my bag in your other hand? Peter grinned as he picked up the saber, its curved blade feeling off-weight to him. I never noticed how razor-sharp this is. Thought these were just for practice. She smiled at him. It can maim or kill in an instant. As we discussed a few minutes ago, please find another vehicle to ensure you can drive to Bemidji when necessary. You might go back to your car rental place in Cambridge, assuming they'll let you rent another. The cameras at the square show the streets are desolate. Most of the students have gone home, I'm sure, and I haven't read about significant disruptions in that part of town. Either way, I'd go in daylight. If you are in contact with my PD friend Sal or that handsome detective Ramirez, tell them where I am. I doubt that will happen though. Bigger fish are on their plates, especially now. Peter was not ready to face the reality of their plan and began backpedaling. You don't have to leave. You could stay here. Peter, Molly demanded. Let's not retrace the logic. The plan is sound with offsetting risks on both sides. Electricity could shut off here at any moment. Now let's shove this armoire away from the door. Hope you can set it back in place without me. After pushing the armoire aside, Peter unlocked the door to peek outside. It was a cold, gray morning in Boston, and the weather report showed light flurries. "Assume you brought your jackets," he said, peering to the right and left. "I see nothing suspicious out here. Can't even imagine us still being on anyone's radar, given this morning's news. A few people are in the lot packing up their car, so we should be safe. I'll take the roller with one of the bags of food on top. Can you get the water?" Molly lunged forward to hug him. "Peter, we can't do this outside. I want to get in the car as fast as possible, then head out of town." He held her, reveling for a moment in the softness of her neckline. "Enough," she instructed, pushing him away and grabbing the water jugs bound together by a looped bungee cord. She cast them over her shoulder, then snatched one of the garbage bags of food in one hand and her swords in the other. "Let's go." They hurried down the stairs toward the car, their heads pivoting left and right like birds on a wire. Seeing only the two people who were getting into their car, they felt it was the prime moment to leave, since most other people were likely either staying put to wait out the threat or in the process of packing their belongings. They stashed the water jugs behind the driver's seat and the two garbage bags of food in the back seat footwells. Molly placed her two swords in the front passenger seat, and Peter set the roller bag in the trunk. She started the car and put it in reverse. "Hug you when we see each other again." Molly backed out, then stopped abruptly. Two men were coming down the stairs, and she wasn't certain how they so quickly appeared. Pointing through the window to alert Peter, she watched cautiously with one foot on the accelerator and the other foot on the brake, her right hand holding the swords. Peter stood frozen, with the saber held by the pressure of his elbow against the ribs. The men were talking angrily as they reached the bottom stair. "Do I attempt to use this thing?" Peter wondered. With his back to the men, he kept staring at Molly, waiting for a visual cue to react. His heart was beating from his chest and cold sweat dripped down his brow. Molly watched every movement as the two strangers turned to the left, a few yards behind Peter. They didn't look like mechs to her, but many of the recent mechs were indistinguishable from non-variants. The men walked a few yards past Peter to a car in the lot, and she heard the telltale beep of the door locking system. Both got in the car, and it backed out. Peter stayed frozen, and Molly signaled him not to move. The car started forward, as if to exit the parking lot. Then Molly saw the brakes and reverse lights flash back on, a sign the driver was putting his car in park. The door opened, and the driver exited while yelling at the other man in the passenger's seat. "If it's a mech ploy," she whispered, "I'll make sure they go down with us." After a moment the driver got back inside, and the car screeched out of the parking lot. Molly's left hand was on the steering wheel, and her index finger was still elevated. She lowered it and nodded slightly. Peter was soaking wet, the saber blade still beneath his arm. He nodded back, closing his eyes for a moment. Then Molly drove the car from the lot and onto the street, only taking off after making sure that Peter got safely up the stairs and into the condo. Episode 24, Mechs. Once inside, Peter buttressed the armoire against the door. He suddenly felt painfully alone. Too much had happened in the last few days, and he was suffering from the shock of loss. Ears had died, along with Stu and Polly. Molly was now gone, and hopefully safe from their immediate threat in Boston. He was regretting letting her go alone, and wouldn't know her status until she contacted him later that night. And there was a new, unknown plague that appeared to be sweeping across the world's major cities. He returned to his laptop and opened multiple browser windows for various reports on local Boston traffic. Interstate 90 was clear with a few slowdown areas toward the western part of the city. With luck, Molly would be past Syracuse before darkness fell, and she'd keep driving until reaching Bemidji late morning the next day. "Peter," he remembered her saying before she left, "I may need to pee my pants to avoid getting out of the car. Please pack some kitchen towels at the top of the garbage bags." As the hours wore into the afternoon, the situation became increasingly grim in Europe and the Middle East. Similar cases were being reported in New York City, and Boston was next in his mind. The president and other national officials came onto the live feeds at various times during the day, reminding people not to panic, to stay home and avoid work or public places until the threat was understood. By 5 p.m., the day seemed so long he could hardly recall their morning interview with Hatz. A short time later, the news became official. In concert with other global leaders, the president had agreed to inform the public. This wasn't an optimal time, given that most of Asia was still asleep, and Europe, Africa, and the Middle East were in the late hours of the evening. Peter listened intently on a single feed. The president carefully, unemotionally, began the monologue with a slow, deliberate delivery. Scientists around the world confirmed that virulent GD tech agents have been dispersed in major cities across the globe. We assume this is an act of terror, but no groups have self-identified. What baffled our scientists in the earlier part of the day, when significant numbers of cases were first reported, is that this tech has an advanced ability to jump from organism to organism. They determined that one bacterium in the same family as the bubonic plague is the primary causal agent. "No shit," Peter mumbled. This gene drive jumping or scroll mechanism appears to easily replicate within certain types of bacteria, allowing common germs like staph, salmonella, and E. coli to become carriers of the same set of virulent code. It's basically CRISPR tech turned back on itself for nefarious means, for those of you who understand. This might explain why the illness has spread so quickly across Europe, the Middle East, and African continents. It is imperative that all citizens stay at home until otherwise notified. Only essential services and law enforcement personnel, as designated by governors or mayors in their respective areas, are to be out on the streets. We're imposing a 24-hour lockdown nationwide, with this generally replicated across the world, until informed otherwise. Peter stopped listening for a moment. He understood what this meant. People would either obey or not obey, but the latter case was most likely. Who would be dense enough to remain in any city after this? There'll be graveyards, he thought. Thank God Molly has a 5+ hour head start. But she needs to get past Chicago Metro and any roadblocks. Crap. He envisioned millions of Chicagoans leaving at this moment for rural areas of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, despite the mandate to stay put. Damn, I should have mapped an alternate course for her between Cleveland and Pittsburgh, or even Kentucky. Stupid. How could I be so short-sighted? The lights suddenly flickered on and off for a minute, then the electricity shut off completely. He ran upstairs to peer out the bedroom window. Fuck. This entire section of the city looks affected. Rushing downstairs, guided by the ambient light left in the day, he snatched his laptop to check if the internet was still working. Yes, he exclaimed. Modem and router still on from ear's battery backups. Fantastic. Anticipating a long stretch without electricity, Peter located a coat and pair of ski underlayer pants, then scrambled back to his laptop. The emergency press conference continued with a host of white-coated scientists nervously positioned behind the speaker at the podium. GD Tech is involved, the speaker confirmed, along with a mixture of human and synthetic DNA. We're getting reports as well of other GD released across the globe, including various human mammalian strains. We can't determine whether these strains were actively released or accidental adjuncts to the primary infectious agents. An elderly lady approached from the white-coated crowd behind the speaker and whispered something into the speaker's ear. Then he turned back to the microphone. We also just had confirmation of our multiple tests in major cities across the United States. The organism, commonly known as toxo, has been released into various environments and is now present in the water systems of most large cities. In recent testing, we discovered the toxo-organism has been modified to become highly hydrophilic, or water-loving, with the ability to replicate in waterborne systems and organisms. This could explain the larger fish kills the world has experienced in recent days. Someone angrily yelled "terrorists" from the masked sparse audience that was assembled, and the speaker felt he had to respond. As the president said, no credible claim has been made that any pathogen releases are associated with terrorist groups. In addition, he advised, glancing to his right where the president stood with a frown on his pallid face, we have no evidence that any pathogen has a unique or unexpected capability. In other words, it's not appropriate to ascribe these pathogens to an extraterrestrial presence or the obelisk. What's been found thus far is technology pre-existent in our own society, or variations upon current capabilities. Per the President's request, we ask the American people not to jump to conclusions regarding the origin of this cocktail of biotech. I'll say it again. Everything we've found so far is either a known product of human manufacture or a variation thereof. That won't help things, Peter thought. In fact, it might make it worse. At least if it was the alien threat, we could fully grasp that the end is near. If it's humans, who knows what other nastiness someone may have up their sleeves. A reporter asked, is it one country or terrorist group mixing this cocktail or multiple? The speaker responded, the toxo has a hydrophilic capability that other species in the mix don't possess. Our data shows the timing of the toxo precedes this most recent outbreak. How many bacteria or viruses are in the cocktail? The reporter continued. I don't intend to give the impression that all causative agents were released in the same batch, as if someone poured a glass of various poisons into a fountain. What we are seeing may result from multiple releases across many geographies, a few at a time, or even a single pathogen armed with a modal, transmissible synthetic biotech. We're still testing. More than 100? The speaker shook his head. In that range, possibly. Easily in that range. We hope to determine more the next few hours. Peter lowered the volume and pushed the laptop aside. Placing his hands at the back of his head, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Molly was out there, no doubt stuck in traffic somewhere in upstate New York. Worse yet, maybe she was overcome by armed bandits who wanted to steal her food, or do other things. Stupid me, he mouthed. We're living in Bioethel's nightmare scenario, or in Eugenie's dystopia. Or it's a result of a converted whiskey still from some backwoods yokel like Stu mentioned, times 1,000. The lights flickered back on just as the news cut away from the president's press conference to a reporter at a national desk. Peter raised the laptop's volume. News just in from our Asia desk. It's unverified by our government, but nuclear explosions are being reported by news agencies in Central or Southeast Asia. This could include countries as far west as Georgia and Ukraine, or as far east as Indonesia or the Philippines. We had previously reported that armed organizations in certain countries were planning attacks on their perceived enemies, whose governments are increasingly fragile as they cope with their immediate post-obelisk social crises. We'll cut back now to the president's press conference and keep you posted as additional details are obtained. Oh my God, Peter agonized. Fucking humans heaping pain upon pain. I wonder if my friend the Welcomer was right. This is how the end begins. I wish he was here now to link his biblical prophecy to the mess we face. Peter's gut sense told him the end could be on the near horizon, for him and everyone else. But the compulsion to complete his task drove him to recall Molly's last request for an interview with Stoichkolic. He spoke aloud, not caring if anyone outside could hear. Is that guy about stoicism or stoichiometry? I assume it's a guy. I can't recall after this red letter day. His interview is supposed to be Sunday. I hope Molly joins from Bemidji. The final interview, and it could be our last ever. Molly edited the others and added the front and back stings. I'll log in and play them out and make sure we're good. After that, I'm out of here, assuming I can leave at all. Muting the video volume again, he forced himself to verbally plan out his vital work. Audiobooks plays tomorrow. After that, Brokers runs Wednesday the 28th, and the Hats interview from this morning will run a week from tomorrow. God, then we'll be past this horrific October and into a more hopeful November 2037. I can play Stoicholic on the 4th. 4 more to go. Such a tense slog it's been, and everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. I hate to sound pessimistic, but I am being a realist for once. Molly would be proud of me for following through. I need to let the anxious craziness slide away and push myself through this difficult period, just like she said with meditating. Better go check both bathtubs to ensure the water hasn't leaked out. It can't get worse than this. At 8 p.m., Peter turned his phone on for 10 minutes. He waited for Molly's text, email, or phone call, but nothing came in. His last threatening text, presumably from a radicalized mech, had occurred more than 3 days ago. He decided to risk leaving the phone on a little longer, waiting to the half hour. Her message never arrived, so he shut his phone off for fear of being tracked. That night, he heard with regularity the rat-a-tat-tat of automatic weapons fire, and the occasional loud explosion in the distance. Must be in the heavy mech areas of Boston, he hoped, but not yet Cambridge. Peering out the bedroom window, he could see the evidence of several large fires. The night was eerily void of emergency sirens beyond the occasional car alarm that would start and stop as it ran out of battery. Fearful someone could still enter through the front door with enough force, he decided to sleep downstairs on the sofa bed. Exhausted and unable to stay awake, Peter pulled the covers over his head. How many millions of people met their end today? How many tomorrow, he wondered. Peter awoke in a daze at 7 a.m., frazzled from restless sleep and stress. Without switching on lights that might alert someone unfriendly to barge in, he quietly walked upstairs and peered outside. 4 inches of snow had fallen. Cambridge seemed for a moment like the peaceful place he had known for many years. Just then, a large explosion occurred a few miles away, rattling his windows and shaking the ground. Gunfire erupted once again. The electricity had remained on during the night, but he was uncertain how long that might continue. Opening his laptop, he could find no evidence of current outage reports online. Then he checked the news. 200 million estimated dead in Europe and the Middle East, he mumbled. Transmission to the United States. Reports from the night just coming in. The president orders all to stay at home. His hands shaking, Peter searched his usual news feeds. Many were down entirely, and he assumed the servers were incapacitated by power shutdowns or deceased operator personnel. Because Molly had not contacted him at 8 p.m., he decided to turn his phone back on at 8 a.m., thinking she might have gotten the instructions confused after the long drive. Another image flashed before his mind of Molly driving through the snow on unplowed roads in the Minnesota wilderness, her eyes bloodshot and a few pea-soaked rags discarded on the floor. Minutes before that time, he searched around the condo for his phone. Damn, where did I put it? The search got more frantic. At 10 after, he finally saw it on the bottom shelf of a white wicker table in Molly's bathroom. You can't be this stupid, you freaking idiot, he snapped. He turned the phone's power on and waited anxiously for it to register with the network, then instantly checked his texts. Nothing. Despite the risk, he left the phone on for a few more minutes and still received no messages. Dude, just push the text to online, he thought. Tracking my texts on fixed is far less dangerous. Disappointed that Molly had sent no messages, but unable to do anything about it, he dug back into the news feeds. Few active sites from the national media were available, and some reports trailed off mid-sentence as if the camera crews died in place. With the lack of national news, he searched for sources outside the country, finally finding a live one from Colombia. "Damn," he whispered, "and I'm the guy who screwed around and learned diddly in my Spanish courses." But he didn't need to interpret the reports to understand what they were saying. The images implied enough. One video of Rome taken from a cell phone camera showed vehicles precariously stopped on the roads. Bodies were littered in disarray on the streets where it appeared people writhed in pain before dying. The next video was of Norfolk, Virginia, where bodies of sailors were washing up on shore. "Muerte en 2 a 4 horas," he uttered. "God, it's taking only 2 to 4 hours from infection to death." His mind raced. How long could he last here? What was the risk of staying? Because he was in a condo, it was likely that many other people were within lethal proximity. How did the pathogens travel? What if infected snowmelt on the front porch seeped indoors through the door sill? Or was it airborne transmission? If so, this place was not safe, not with many others close by who were breathing the same air. He searched frantically for the condo's HVAC system, but couldn't determine if the air entered from a centralized source or if each condo had its own individual unit. Is this modified toxo already in Boston's water system? Is the water in the 2 bathroom tubs infected? He wondered, feeling that paranoia was beginning to take hold of him. He then recalled his stash of sodas in his small garage basement at his house. Those could last a few months, he calculated, and they wouldn't be infected. Peter placed his hands over his pounding heart. "Calm, dude. If you die, you die." After a few more hours of scanning the reports of massive deaths across the globe, he was getting thirsty. "Damn ears, I wish you were a soda drinker. You were so into the anti-aging food. I don't know if this tub water is tainted or not, but I must drink something, and how would I know if it is? If I was infected, would I start talking out loud to myself as if someone could hear me in this empty room? I'm already doing that." Minutes later he heard voices outside, not a good sign. Until now he'd noticed little activity outside the condo beyond a few car doors slamming, which he believed was from people leaving town. The voices got closer. Then a loud shot rang out from the other side of his door. He flew from the couch to take cover behind the thick wood of the armoire and searched for Molly's saber. It was where he had placed it the prior night, beneath the couch. He pulled the laptop quietly from the coffee table. With hands trembling, he scanned the screen for the security icon. "Where is that little bastard camera icon?" "Ah, there," he mouthed. The cameras activated on his screen, giving him a view of 3 husky men outside his door. One was banging hard on it with both hands. Mechs. The condo's front steel door started buckling where the mech on the other side was pounding. Then he saw one of them pull a large crowbar from a pant leg and wedge it between the door and jamb. The bolt lock began to snap. Hunching down onto the floor, he pushed his shoulder against the armoire and dug his heels into the carpet. But the 3 mechs were using their combined force, causing the door to open slightly. He felt the cold rush of outdoor air invading his space. Just above the lock, one of the mechs pushed his hand through the crack that formed, attempting to wedge the door open further. Peter seized the saber in his right hand and halted his resistance against the armoire for a moment. With one quick downward stroke he sliced the man's hand off at the wrist, watching in disbelief as it fell to the carpet. Blood spurted from the arteries, and the handless arm retreated. In the moment that Peter removed his resistance, the armoire moved backward slightly and raised up on its edge, causing it to wedge diagonally between the heavy steel doorknob and the carpet tile separator. The men kept pushing, but the resistance of the wedged armoire outmatched their combined strength. Still hiding behind the armoire, he heard 2 more piercing shots of gunfire through the door. Then there was a momentary silence, except for whispered voices. Suddenly, a fist banged loudly on the wall beside him, a few feet to the right of where the armoire was wedged. He saw a hand crash through both the brick outside wall and indoor drywall. The mech's complete upper arm was now exposed. Grabbing the saber again, but cautious they might shoot through the door or the wall, he crawled a step forward to slice off the man's arm. Then more shots rang out. But these were distant, not from the mechs. He heard a few brief screams and moans but had no idea what was happening. Staring again at the mech's arm, he watched as the man's fist slowly opened, then relaxed. It twitched for a few seconds. All motion and sound halted. Peter waited in silence for death to return. He continued pushing against the armoire, ready to use the saber in his last act on Earth. But there were no more gunshots, no movement of the arm, and no pushing at the door. He was afraid to move at all, for fear that someone passing by might notice. Perhaps they were quietly waiting for him outside. Nobody is that patient, he thought. Remembering the arm protruding through the wall, he became concerned that someone coming by could remove the body, then peek through the large hole and discover him there. He reached to grab the laptop, then checked the camera views. The three men were clearly dead. All were missing their heads, and two of the dismembered heads were visible within camera range. It wasn't just bullets, he mumbled. Don't puke, don't puke. Life is instantly different now, so get used to it. His entire body was shaking both from fear and the cold air pouring in through the bloodied crack in the door. I must leave, he mumbled. Ear's condo is no longer a safe place for me. Peter closed his eyes and imagined running through the snow to his house. Cycling jacket and pants. Tennis shoes. Backpack cinched with laptop and cord. Saber under arm. Only 3 miles to my house with strong legs from bicycling. And if the house is not habitable, or if someone's there. Take it as it comes, live by your wits, Peter. These may be your end of days or not. Molly may be fighting somewhere too. Hopefully, she's in Bemidji. Ears never got the chance. I'll find courage on their behalf. A steaming slice of New Haven pizza flashed across his mind. Why the hell am I thinking of pizza? Hungry. Must pack light food in the backpack in case the house has been ransacked. Can't stay here. Can't even consider it with a hole in the wall the size of that guy's massive bicep. Once that body is pulled back, anybody can see inside. Plus, the door is no longer lockable. They can peer through that crack just as easily. No other choices, so I must leave now. He ran upstairs into the bedroom, dressing in an instant. Rushing down to the kitchen, Peter crammed a few handfuls of ramen noodle packages into his backpack, then added his phone, cord, and laptop. Placing the bloodied saber under his arm, he scanned around the condo once more to ensure he was ready to go. Peter surveyed his exit. The door jamb and lock were pulled apart, and the armoire was tightly wedged. He pushed the key in the lock and turned it to the right, but it didn't budge. Forcing it, the key snapped in the lock. Darting into the kitchen, he returned with a Phillips screwdriver and a picture hammer with a claw end. He carefully removed the screws from the face of the lock, then pulled it apart and pushed the other end outside. Next, he slipped the claw under the carpet separator and gradually extracted a few of the nails. Halfway through the process, the armoire started to slip under the carpet. It landed with a loud crack on the tile floor. Jesus! I'm sure everyone within range heard that, he groaned. With the pack tightly attached to his back, he dragged the armoire onto the carpet to create just enough room to open the door. Last chance, he uttered. Poking his head out, he searched for signs of life and saw nothing. The bodies of 3 beheaded mechs lay before him, each with bullet holes at various locations in their bodies. Their cold white corpses were already freezing in the snow and blood. The gruesomeness of the scene was not lost on him. Who could do that, he wondered. Shot first and beheaded? That's pissed off. Episode 25, Home. It was time for Peter to run. He leapt over the body of the man whose hand he had just dismembered, then flew down the stairs. On his way, he noticed most of the condo units' doors were ajar, swinging back and forth in the wind. The units had either emptied voluntarily or been emptied by force. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he swept as fast as he could through the guarded gate, its white and black wooden arms swaying listlessly in the wind, snapped by someone's quick exit from the lot. Peter knew that running through the city's parks might be his safest bet. Scavengers searching for shelter, food, or weapons would most likely be hanging in and around the neighborhoods. His biggest challenges, he anticipated, would be major roads and intersections. The planned path would not be easy. Ear's condo was in northwest Cambridge, and Peter's house was 3 miles to the southeast between Harvard and MIT. He paced faster than he thought was possible, reaching Danahy Park in a minute without incident. On the way, he avoided the many contorted bodies on the streets and walkways. Some were killed by obvious violence. Others were frozen in rigor mortis, much like the pictures of New York City he viewed in the morning. The plague had hit Boston with full force, no doubt. He decided to parallel Garden Street, the most direct route through the parks. At the intersection of Sherman and Walden, he noticed some movement. A few people were struggling on the street, fighting each other for plastic bags of unknown goods. Detouring to the smaller streets, he first darted through Corcoran Playground, then down Raymond and Walker Streets past Radcliffe. Cutting through yards and alleys and jumping over fences, he arrived at Waterhouse Street. There he spotted 4 heavily clothed men, neatly interspersed along the street, appearing to be sentries of a sort. If they were chippers to any degree, they would be able to readily intercommunicate and overcome him. "Damn mechanized scum," he whispered, breathing rapidly. He crouched between 2 parked cars on the street, hoping he was not spotted and cognizant that the moisture from his breath might give him away. "You've got a choice, dude," he considered. "Hope these mechs are only upper body augments. If so, you're fast and can likely outrun them. If any are in vehicles, you're near Flagstaff Park and Harvard Yard, and they won't get a car through there. But dodging bullets? I have no choice." Peter waited for his moment, then shot across the street to the snow-covered grass field of Cambridge Common, past the Civil War monument. "Don't look back," he sensed. "You did that once in high school and lost the race." He kept at it, darting through Flagstaff Park and General MacArthur Square. Intending to avoid Harvard Square and the risk of encountering unfriendlies hanging around the subway stop, he was relieved to find that Johnston Gate into the campus was open. It was a bet, but he'd either die there, if someone was lying in wait, or make it through the gate and hope to find an exit from campus that was also open. Slipping through the gate without incident, he glanced down to ensure his saber was glued between his arm and elbow. The grounds appeared empty. Students and faculty must have left long ago, he thought, as he crossed the old yard and shifted to the right toward Wigglesworth Hall. He abruptly heard a snap of a tree branch and felt something hit his backpack with force. Spinning his head around, he spied 2 men in hot pursuit only 40 yards behind him. Peter was physically and emotionally spent. He could run no faster. As he reached Morgan Gate, he found it was closed and locked. Shit. One more like this and I'm toast. Seconds later, he'd made it to Bacon Gate. It was open. Peter could sense them gaining ground, and his mind was racing for a place to hide. He made a split-second decision to run openly in the street, thinking they couldn't easily follow his footsteps because the snow was melting on Massachusetts Avenue. As he coursed forward, he desperately searched for a temporary hiding place, finally locating several tall shrubs wedged against the old church. Taking cover behind them, he hunched over and attempted to slow his breathing. This didn't work, so he lifted his shirt collar to breathe down his chest. Peering through the shrubs, he saw the 2 men run past him a few steps. They then turned to check out the church and other buildings in the vicinity. "Peter," a voice whispered. Startled to hear his name, he glanced to his right. It was Dirksen, only a few feet from him in a concealed corner of the church. He was covered in old sleeping bags and wet cardboard. "Take this," he demanded, offering him a small pistol. Dirksen. "Thanks." One of the mechs approached the bushes. Just when he was getting close enough to spot Peter and Dirksen in their lair, the second man whistled to head back. Peter held the gun in his hand, shaking from fear and uncertain he could pull the trigger. "The blade," whispered Dirksen as the men went out of view. "Too noticeable. I hear it's toxo in the water. Shiny moving things irritate them. Some combination of GD tech from trout, of all the crazy shit integrated with toxo. What happens? Well, these bastards hate movement, but they hate shiny movement even more." Still breathing into his shirt, Peter put his hand in the air, motioning to Dirksen to wait a few minutes before saying anything else. Then he lowered it. Relieved for a moment, he gave Dirksen a half smile. The man's third eye was shifting aimlessly to and fro. "This is my home, dude, at least when the shelters aren't open. Got any food?" Peter carefully placed the gun on the ground and removed his backpack, handing Dirksen 3 of his 6 ramen packages. "Split what I got with you," Peter offered. "Heading back to my house. Heard anything?" "You live around Kendall Square, right?" Dirksen whispered hoarsely. "No news there. Lots of bodies, though. Stay away from them. Don't know what this rolling death is, but it travels then takes, travels then takes. Touch or breath is my guess. Saw many dead in the streets. Ran from the northwest side of town," he continued, panting. "Do you want to come with me?" Dirksen shook his head. "Can't make it, brother." He stretched out his left leg, revealing a black, swollen foot. "Gangrene. One good one left under my butt. This is either my safe place or final place. Damn. I should have given you those boots. If I make it home and can come back, I'll do what I can to help." "You were always a help to me, Peter, one of the best. Never taunted me. I just wanted to see things other people didn't see. Guess that didn't work out. None of this fucking tech worked out by the looks of it. Geez, trout DNA and toxo. Who comes up with this crap? Those who fear, I guess. Like I said, if I can, I'll find you." Dirksen held out his rough, dirty hand to shake. "Get going. Your sweat will freeze you soon enough, and your body will blacken like my foot. Good luck, brother. God bless and make it home safely." Peter stood in a half crouch, just below the line of the shrubs. He picked up the saber. "Leave your sword here," Dirksen demanded. "Those toxo trout crazies will spot you like a lure dancing in clear water on a sunny day." He pulled a bottle of liquor from his tattered green jacket. "Care for any? It's the only liquid I trust now." Peter winked, then raised his head just above the shrub line. "You can outfox them. Just don't display your shiny teeth," Dirksen chuckled, "and hide really good when they chase." Standing up halfway, Peter waved goodbye to Dirksen, then started his final segment of the journey using Harvard Street as his guide. He ran across lawns and between cars, avoiding the dead bodies sprawled everywhere. "Run fast and don't touch," he repeated to himself. Traversing the blocks quickly, he noticed a few people visible in the distance as he crossed Prospect. He ducked behind a mailbox and waited for them to move out of sight. Checking around for clear passage, he continued sprinting and was soon relieved by a familiar sight. Washington Street. Home. Peter quickly sprinted to the back of his house and found a temporary hiding place between the garbage cans. Made it. But God, what will I face inside? Hiding between the 2 cans, he waited in silence for any sound coming from inside the house. After an hour of shivering in his sweat-soaked clothing, he slipped to the entryway and raised his head above the windowsill, stealthily peering inside. No lights. Good sign. The key, Peter. You'd better hope the key remains where you hid it. Kneeling on the concrete and partially camouflaged by his porch bushes, he dug into the hard ground by the flower bed. It had been too long since he had hidden the key in the dirt near the front door. His cold hands burned with pain at each clawing grasp. Finally, a flash of metal gleamed. Beautiful key. Wondered if I'd ever need it. His hands were shaking so much that he had to use both of them to push the key into the slot. Just at that moment, however, he heard tires from an approaching car sloshing on the street. "Damn quiet electrics," he muttered as he flattened his body on the porch, face turned downward. The car stopped. "I'm just another body," he prayed, "just another body. Be deadly still, dude." Footsteps approached. He held his breath, waiting for a gunshot or baseball bat strike to his back. The few seconds seemed like minutes. He heard the visitor mumble. The footsteps then moved away, back to the car. The door slammed and the car drove away. Peter remained in place, however, shaking from the cold on the snow-covered porch. How could they not have seen my tracks or the dirt I removed to get the key, he wondered. Maybe everyone's not gone mad. Rising slowly, he scanned the visitor's footprints. Odd. Looks like a child or young teen. Even a small woman. It didn't matter. He was home. Once inside, he grabbed a broom for protection and went through each room to check for unwanted visitors. The house had been ransacked, with an entry made through a jimmied window. Cupboard doors were open, and flour, non-edible goods, and kitchen utensils were strewn about. The beds in both rooms were made, indicating nobody had slept there. He felt lucky. Peter was mumbling to himself. Damn, it's been so cold lately. I mean, freezing like this in late October? What the hell is going on with the weather? I can't live inside the house. It's too big and difficult to keep warm, even if the electricity stays on. Much less lights would give me away. I have no choice but to stay in the garage since it's smaller, insulated, and I'm less obvious there. Just another dark abandoned house in Cambridge. The electricity was currently off, so it was not possible to heat the garage. He'd need to depend on body heat. Peter shed his sweaty clothes, double-layered his favorite long underwear shirts and pants, then donned his Patriots cuff knit cap. Next, he checked for any remaining food or fluids in the house, scouring both basements. Unfortunately, the door to the basement at the back entry was wide open and cleared of food, just like the pantry. Whoever ransacked the place had not found Peter's second small basement in the garage. A check of that showed his soda stash was intact, as well as a full case of cream of mushroom soup. He did a quick mental calculation. 6 cases of soda, a case of bottled water, and then there's snow melt, assuming that's not dangerous. Add 3 packages of ramen and the mushroom soup. Gives me a month before foraging. By then, very few are likely to be alive, leaving lots of food to scavenge afterwards. God, I could sure use Molly to help me through this. I'm lousy at self-defense. If anyone comes inside, I'm dead. Peter felt certain that his imminent end would either come from the plague or in hand-to-hand combat with a mech, and he didn't want to ponder which of those would be worse. Searching the house for suitable weapons, he hid a few 4-foot sections of 2x4 boards in the bedrooms and quietly sharpened 2 metal broom handles on the concrete floor of his basement. Finally exhausted by the stress, Peter covered himself with blankets and comforters, then prepared for a freezing night in his leather swivel chair. At one time, his studio was a place of creativity and fun, and now it was likely the last place he would ever know. As he closed his eyes to rest, he could only recall a repeated vision of his feet pacing wildly through the snow, past dead bodies of people young and old frozen in place. It was not supposed to turn out like this, he mouthed. This is not a good conclusion for humanity. An image of a smelly petri dish suddenly came to mind from a college biology class experiment. The bacteria he seeded into the agar started growing in small blotches, then advanced to a healthy state. He was so proud of it, feeling like a parent to these little creatures. As it reached the edge of the dish, however, it blackened and died within hours. At the time, he didn't understand the teacher's purpose of the experiment, and thought it as a waste of bacteria, agar, and plastic. But he finally understood now, whispering, "When a species becomes too successful, too entitled, too consumptive, and incapable of planning for its future, it self-annihilates." Around 9 p.m., Peter heard the familiar sound of his water heater buzzing as it kicked back on. Thrilled that he might now have heat, he turned the thermostat to high. Then he remembered that the pipes were likely frozen and would leak everywhere when thawed, so he ran around to shut off the inside water valves. Why did the electricity come back on? Who's around to feed and run the generators, he wondered. He recalled that his house was in the path of certain MIT and Harvard science facilities. Power company personnel had previously told him he was one of the lucky ones whose homes were fed from the main power and internet lines between those buildings. Must be it, though it's hard to conceive anyone is at these schools. Not when people are dropping dead in their tracks. Peter threw his blankets and gloves off and snatched his backpack, extracting his laptop and power cables. He turned it on and logged in, finding the Wi-Fi bars active. Fat chance, he mumbled, assuming internet access was impossible. But he had a live link, so he quickly accessed the messaging app. His only text message was from earlier in the day. "Molly? By parents' house. What street? Turn on Washington? Wanting you, I'm not the best with directions out here." "Shit," he cried. "Both code words in one text? She may be alive, but I know she's in critical trouble. How do I answer?" They had only gotten so far with their code word plans. He responded. "Peter. Electricity, intermittent. How can I help?" Episode 26, Stoicholic. Sifting through the hundreds of emails that had arrived the previous few days, Peter found nothing from Molly. "Sweet girl," he lamented. "You used both code words. I sent you out there to die. I'm so sorry." Warm air from his furnace was now flowing into the garage, and he began pounding at his keyboard to check the cloud sites. He was relieved to discover some of the world's IT server farms still working. Then he checked his own servers and verified the Unager podcast had run earlier in the day, as scheduled. "Only a few more," he exhaled. "Glad I set them up earlier. I'll get hats queued right now, even in its rough state. Hope the electricity holds long enough for me to edit it further." Despite his mental disarray, he felt committed to finish the team's objectives. Let's see. Brokers is next Wednesday the 28th. Hats would run a week from today, the 30th. Not likely to get to Stoicholic though, who's probably dead anyway. I'll ping to see. Maybe we can advance the interview, since I may soon be dead too. At least my voice might live, and I can go out with a minor sense of accomplishment. Peter scanned the headings of incoming emails from the Unager show that played hours earlier. Although they were substantially fewer in number, their headings were hopeful. "Right on, glad to see you kicking, rock the pod," and similar messages of encouragement. This energized Peter even more to finish the podcast series, despite the nightmare he was living. "Stoicholic," he typed. "Can you move our interview to an earlier day, assuming we still have electricity?" In an instant, he received a reply. "No. Can't risk it. Now or never. Good." Peter rested his head at the back of his chair and stared up at the ceiling. Seriously, he thought. This day? I'm exhausted. Almost died today, 3 times. The mechs at Ear's condo, mechs at the square and my front porch. Now an interview? But he's right, this ends the ordeal and I can check out with a clean conscience. Besides, Molly wanted this one. I'll do it for her, alive or not. I'll do it for her. Okay, Peter replied. I assume voice only. No video. Here's the invite using my bridge. Hello, Peter, a childlike voice began. Stoic, he questioned. I thought you were a guy, and you sound so young. Chronologically, yes and no. A story for a future, less eventful time, assuming we get there. I heard the Unager interview as it ran today. That's good. I pulled strings, whatever is left of strings, to make certain that would play. How? Peter asked. Another time if possible. I'm aware of your other interviews that are ready to run, as Molly kept me informed. Broker's hats and I'm the last one, correct? Yes, and she's in danger at best. I'm aware of that too. Little I can do. Little either of us can do. If she remains alive, it's by her own wits, which are considerable in all cases. That goes for you and me as well. Her shared knowledge of the podcast and Molly's status made him uncomfortable, and he was beginning to doubt her credibility. Yet at this point, credibility was the least of his worries. Not knowing how long the electricity would remain on, Peter felt they should start the interview. Let's get started now. Can't tell how long we have. Electrical should continue through the night, she confirmed. Activities are happening, of which most who remain alive are not apprised. Last chance activities, but activities nonetheless. Attempts at rectifying or recompense. Too little too late? Possibly. Okay, that's too much for me to handle. I've been through it today. A ringer like no other ringer. Likely not in this dimension of space-time, but we'll hopefully talk at some future date about that rectifying and recompense. I'm starting now to record on my laptop, so please be sure to speak into your microphone and don't move your head around too much. Will do. I'm ready. Peter clicked his mouse to start. Fans of the podcast, those who may still be among the living and can access an internet feed, this is the final installment of our series on new tech. I'll avoid the obvious discussion on the obelisk, this apparent cocktail of death just released on humanity, and our current abysmal status as a species on Earth. Another time on that topic, assuming another time comes to pass. One word on Molly before we begin. We are recording this podcast late on Friday, October 23rd. Molly departed Cambridge for a rural part of the country early yesterday morning, and I have no idea where she is now or if she's alive. I'm hoping by the time this podcast runs on Wednesday that her whereabouts is known. I'll keep you updated if possible. He sighed loudly. Today's guest is Stoic. We connected and agreed to stream and record this on an impromptu basis minutes ago, given uncertainties in the electrical systems, networks, and other factors. Stoic, can you provide a brief background on who you are and why you're wrapping up this series of podcasts with us? Yes, she confirmed. Let me begin with my pseudonym. Molly and I agreed to use Stoic since I adopted Stoic philosophies years ago. Many of your listeners likely understand little about Stoicism, beyond what they may have learned in ancient Greek or Roman history or philosophy classes. I can touch briefly on that topic. Interestingly, however, the word is aligned in pronunciation with the branch of chemistry known as stoichiometry, also Greek in origin. That word's etymology implies a combination of elements and measure. The implication is appropriate to our global situation. Peter added, our original audience was fairly deep on scientific knowledge, so some of our listeners may understand that term. How do you associate it with our current cataclysmic state? A modern definition of the term speaks to separate and distinct elements of a reaction that are manipulated and recombined such that no components are lost in the outcome. However, the resulting combinations typically have few characteristics of the individual inputs. To interpret that in simpler terms, consider where humanity was before this crisis. Countless complex elements were combined into a reaction chamber. Some more volatile, some less. What emerges is very different than what went in. Peter was frustrated at the vague reference. I'm not fully there with you. Your podcast, Peter, is a great example. Consider OmniBev and what she was referencing as one element. Poison Paul another. Bioethyl another. The same for Eugenie the Bard and your other guests. Each was an element of the reaction. Some simple, others complex. They were combined in the same reaction chamber, and what's coming out was not predicted. Predictable, yes. Predicted, no. What do you mean by that? He asked. I don't understand the inference. The word predicted implies someone, let's say a credible scientific body, had assessed the potential outcomes of one risk path. GD Tech is an example. Had such an august body analyzed for 10 minutes the potential catastrophic outcomes of recklessly playing in that space, even 10 minutes, they might have predicted the unmitigated risk. Peter was still unclear. What risk? The risks of unfettered and regulated, unrestrained and uncontrolled genetic experimentation by undisciplined, unhindered, and unaware persons or groups. The scientific body could have modeled and predicted it. For Christ's sake, they modeled every other risk, including their personal stock portfolios, bolstered by various GD companies in which they were invested. The outcome was highly predictable, as it is in stoichiometry, yet it was not predicted. Why was it not predicted? Entitlement, of course. Most human negatives begin there. Think of higher institutions of learning that feel entitled to the intellectual property arising from these new discoveries. Count corporations and governments into that mole, if you understand my chemistry and math drift. Heaven forbid any entity, much less a global body, should tell them they can't experiment with life's building blocks in an unrestrained manner. Easy Street is never the right street to steer down, as you know. Our lack of restraint played right into our natural competitiveness and greed. I suppose there was a bit of godlike vanity mixed in as well. She paused for a second, waiting for Peter's next question. Still in a daze of fatigue, he let her continue rambling. Many things could have been predicted, but were not. Homegrown GD kits. Nanotech used as the solution for many of the world's ills. Societal pressures and social Darwinism as outcomes from age engineering tech. Demented socio-political narratives adopted by industry icons should have known better. Narratives that grossly favored the fortunate and contributed immensely to the dissolution of society. Nuclear grenades, for God's sake. One only needed to listen to a few of your podcasts to envision the coming cataclysm. I could go on, but these stoichiometric problems of moles and mass and volume, as applied to our society and technology, were predictable, yet not predicted. Okay, I'm getting the picture, but I don't quite understand how entitlement comes into play, he admitted. Was it Stu's podcast that touched on this? It's the observation that our technological maturity is far outpacing our social maturity. Consider that many animal species possess a level of social maturity. Think of chimps using sticks as spoons in termite mounds for the last million years. Their social systems could accommodate that tech easily over such a long period. Then consider that humans have vaulted forward from the Bronze Age 3,000 years ago to GD, anti-aging, AI near sentience, and nuclear tech in a few decades. Our new tech has been advancing at lightning pace. Meanwhile, human societies and the ethical systems that bind them together have clearly declined during that time. Get my drift? We're talking pace of technology change and the predictable social imbalances that result. A few other recent guests briefly touched on this as well. How does our discussion relate to the obelisk, however? The obelisk was another volatile element in the reaction chamber. It was the catalyst to accelerate these potentially useful, but definitely devastating technologies into one unrestrained final experiment of humankind. No bungling parliament or Congress or People's Party could ever have passed laws fast enough to keep pace with these tech advancements, nor would they be allowed to do so given the perceived threat from the obelisk. But should technology's management and pace of change have been government's role? No, of course not. Government reflects the people. When the people, the citizens, the cognizant beings, do not agree upon a common ethic or goal for the species, then governments will not reflect that ethic either. Peter was on edge and wasn't thinking about extending his typical interview politeness. I don't understand why you're including that word in this conversation. Why are ethics even a factor in this devastation we're experiencing? And why should science be associated with ethics in this sense? She laughed. Peter, you voice the sentiment of many scientists from this and prior decades. They believed ethics had no place in science and tech. Such a lack of discernment was the easy path. We pretended these stoichiometric elements are somehow separate. But at the end, in the final days, we are feeling the effect of their inseparability. When you can cheaply and easily create multiple technologies capable of quickly destroying your species, a society lacking a universal set of ethical behaviors ceases to be a society by its own hand. Peter was not happy to be discussing philosophy at this point. This may sound speculative to listeners. You can't blame what I saw this morning, the dead bodies frozen in the streets, on ethical lapses of mankind. Oh, sure I can, she insisted. It is nothing but that. What proof do you have? I may not be expressing myself succinctly, Peter, so let's try this. Let's assume humans created a scientific body with global control of all GD tech, starting from the early days. Could it have mitigated the potential for this deadly plague currently devastating humanity? Possibly. The correct answer is yes, and we would not be experiencing the horrors we now witness. It's unreal, though, or naive, he countered. Even if the westernized countries agreed to do this, they couldn't force China or Russia or other technocratic or autocratic countries to abide. These attempts at getting global agreement on anything are always efforts in futility, trying to stop the unstoppable. Blood from a stone. You made my point. Our society, our species, is utterly incapable of advancing ethically in conjunction with our technological advances. We now understand that global climate change was real, and both predictable and predicted. It was the first cannonball to blast through the hold of humanity's ponderously large and diverse ship, already suffering from a tenuous keel. Cause and effect of climate change were less directly connected because it took so much time to comprehend, measure, and feel its terrible impact. Then came the next big cannonball, GD tech, which appears to be killing billions of humans as we speak. We're in danger of running out of time or electricity, ma'am. I'm looking at the clock, and we must move ahead. Can we discuss what you mentioned regarding Stoicism? Fine. In our science and tech-heavy world, we allowed the veil of ignorance to obscure our vision. Humanity's new focus, should it survive, must be embedded in the philosophy of Stoicism. Peter was impatiently waiting for her to reach a climax, something worthy of the other podcasts. Can you describe this philosophy for our listeners and its relevance? Given the circumstances and the anxieties of our situation, I'll nutshell this for your audience. Stoics are grounded in self-control. Control of one's emotions, desires, and wants, particularly fear and entitlement. They live and teach a sustainable human ethic to ensure humanity's survival and prosperity through eternity, including the forcible weighting of logic over emotion and self-actualization over individual wealth or godlike adoration of other humans. Stoics exhibit an ethic of respect for others, regardless of their similarity to you. They evaluate the implications of actions before acting. Our listeners will understand that, Peter argued. Are you implying that if humanity had adopted a Stoic philosophy or mindset, we would not be in this terrible predicament? If so, that seems simplistic in and of itself. She laughed again. Let's do a quick review of where we were before the arrival of the obelisk. Your friend Stu said it best, that the bar had been lowered on tech. GD was proliferating everywhere in its various forms and colors, be that human to human or animal or microorganism or metal or synth. Nanotech was everywhere. Synbio was everywhere. Mind control tech as well. Trying hard not to fall asleep, Peter impatiently wanted to conclude the conversation. We get that. How does a philosophy help? Sensing his anxiety, she proceeded with haste. Unlike the deadly tech of old, whether armaments, nukes, or poisonous gases, the new tech was much easier to create and therefore more widespread. Democratized was Stu's word. Very apt. New virulent tech piled in cascades and layers atop the old virulent tech. The obelisk became the reaction in the catalyst, and your podcast helped expose that. With so much unfettered, democratized tech, anarchy was a foregone conclusion and only a matter of time. And we suffer from that now. Billions died in the last 24 hours, and billions more will likely die in the coming few days and years. Certain countries annihilated others only because they were historical enemies. Old rivalries die hard, but death is the final arbiter of rivalries. History is only written by the living, should any remain to write it. It has not been reported by the media given the circumstances, but multiple nuclear arsenals were launched, even from countries who supposedly had none. Peter, fear and entitlement are what remains of humanity's legacy. We were together in the petri dish of Earth, each doing our own thing without regard for the other. With no common human ethic, not a religion, mind you, but an ethic, we were doomed from the beginning. Peter kept visualizing the image of Molly, frozen stiff, in a Minnesota field. He wondered if that might not be the best end for her, considering the prospects. Peter, are you still there? Yes. By your last words, you implied humanity was destined to arrive at this end. There is no destiny. There is only decision and direction, or the lack thereof. The scale can be tipped by a single event or catalyst in either direction, based upon the ethical systems employed or not employed. In this case, the obelisk tipped toward the fearful and entitled waitings of humanity. Think of it. We possessed ample tech for any one human from the 8 billion to carry out our most destructive capabilities. One person may have created this plague, and another the toxo. And that's the tip of the iceberg of what's out there now, as I understand. I fear we'll never find out, since no humans may be left to analyze the causal factors. In substance, we had no social glue, nothing to bind us, and we used technology to further rip us asunder. This might have been fine if we lived in our little cliques on separate planets, but we didn't. We lived together on one planet, without a common ethical construct or agreement for our future role as a species. Recall the old saying, we met the enemy and the enemy is us. A hard lesson and a final lesson. Stoicolic, I usually ask for last thoughts, but we are out of time. Those were distinct opinions. I'll thank you again for joining us on this last of the series, and possibly last of the podcasts. Ever. One more thing, Peter. Any society that desires to be long-lived must deal effectively with individuals who carelessly or willfully strive towards social disarray and anarchy. The basement toxo brewer is an anarchist. Same with the powerful trillionaire who suddenly adopts a self-righteous, self-serving narrative, blanched by suggestions that all will benefit from his godlike genius and wisdom. Same goes with the tyrant or autocrat or populist. In our brief history, no individuals ever had access to such power at their fingertips. Technology gave them that power. No doubt technology will also take it away, along with everything else of humanity. Got it, Peter replied anxiously. We must now wrap. She thanked him, and he closed the interview. Warm air from the furnace was still running through the register. In the momentary silence, he heard the telltale dripping of water. Crap, he hissed. Leaks. Peter ran to the kitchen and saw water spilling out from under the sink. Can't be from pressure since I shut off the valves, he thought. Must be residual. He ran to the hall closet, grabbed a handful of towels, and placed them over the water puddled on his kitchen floor. Crap. I shouldn't have touched this. Who knows how toxo is spread or the plague? With wet rags in hand, he felt like it might be too late anyway, and that any additional effort was likely futile. He plopped down dejectedly on the kitchen floor. I could die here, out of my mind, attracted to shiny moving things. Or it could happen like the other poor souls frozen in rigor mortis, or by an autocrat who fires a nuke at us as his last angry message. Even if I lived through this, who could stand the aftermath as the bodies thawed, much less all the other dead wildlife? Everything is dying, and the world will be a chaotic nightmare for any survivors. He slowly arose and walked back into his garage to prep the Stoicholic podcast for queuing to the server. Another one to edit further, if I get the chance. How many are still alive who care? Who has network access as of today? Who is not dead? Do it anyway, he told himself. After the end of the long, dreadful day, Peter finished uploading the podcast. He made sure no lights were on in the house, then went back into his safe place, the garage. He pushed his heavy tool chest in front of the door for one last measure of warning and protection, locking its wheels. Pulling an old cot from a top shelf of the garage, he threw a comforter over himself and fell into a disturbed sleep. Episode 27, The Waning. It was a chilly, gray Saturday morning in Cambridge when Peter was suddenly rocked from his sleep by the sound of distant explosions. He curled up beneath the comforter, wishing it was not true. Got to pee badly. I'll dig a hole. Jumping from his cot, he picked up a small shovel in a storage bucket by the water heater. Walking into the basement at the back door of the house, he began digging a 2-foot-deep hole in the hard dirt. I can't figure out why they failed to concrete this basement, he grunted. I bet the builder never envisioned one of the last humans on Earth would be holed up in this house, digging a self-made toilet. This place may get raunchy. Thank heaven there's a door to the basement. Once his business was done, he peeked out the front, back, and side windows. It was quiet, and there was no evidence of additional traffic on the street beyond his visitor encounter the prior day. After ensuring his immediate safety in the surrounds, he returned to his garage and logged on. The few headlines he found were surreal. Billions feared dead from plague and variants. Nuclear weapons and nerve toxins deployed overseas. Nuclear plant meltdowns imminent. GD jumping blamed for worldwide crisis. Armageddons at micron scale. Global mech revolt continues, nobody is safe. Peter shut his eyes and pondered, why are the mechs still alive? They shouldn't be immune to these agents, right? Unless, of course, they were the creators. But that would take massive secretive efforts, and it's only been 2 months since the obelisk hit. Of course, they may have been planning it all beforehand. The obelisk might be a convenient ploy to advance their cause and wreak havoc, fear, and confusion among the other competing factions. Stu's theory. Saddened and shocked, he looked away from the headlines. No, I'm thinking too much. Mechs are usually not the sharpest tacks in the box, unless they're doing chip augments. But I could see that too, chipper mechs armed with total knowledge, instant brilliance. Interconnected to their quantum computers and clouds, like bioethyl indicated. Locked into a mandate, unable to stop what was being broadcast and repeated within their AI-driven code. Tech gone evil. Plunking away again at the keyboard, he found more recent articles on the obelisk and its origins. It postulates here, he mouthed, that the carvings might have been constructed with technology only a few years advanced from known capabilities. I wonder if a chipper mech could have developed a machine or lasers, or another tech to do this? I mean, why can't you carve or print a platinum gold alloy to the nano level, if you currently do that with silicon. It's just a minor shift. What the hell? I can't resolve that question. As the morning wore on, he continued to sift through the remaining news feeds, scanning for new posts of pictures from international sources, since most of the English-speaking media had quieted substantially. Death was everywhere, and it didn't stop at humans. Birds, fish, and virtually any large-scale animal life form were in jeopardy. Plants, he wondered while reading aloud. There's no evidence yet of GD tech jumping to plants, though that could be a matter of time, given the interplay of GD variables across many species. With the weight of the news and recent days finally pressing down on his heart, he fell onto his cot and sobbed into the comforter. I shall be next, he lamented, from a dead bird that falls on the roof, a drop of water, or a breath of air. Suddenly it dawned on him. At this rate of death and disruption, it was possible that nobody would hear the podcasts if they were played out on their planned dates: brokers on Wednesday, hats on Friday, then stoicholic the following Wednesday. Idiot boy. Change of plans. I'll run them now, he spoke aloud. I'll run them all in sequence today and just keep replaying them as long as the servers are up. What was I thinking, that this nightmare stops and everything goes back to normal? That's impossible. The new normal is the extinction of humankind. I'll play these out now or never. Peter got to work queuing up brokers, hats, and stoicholic. He didn't care that they weren't perfectly edited, since perfection no longer mattered. I can't believe this network host is still working. Must be tied into the schools and staying alive by some miracle. But who'd be on campus managing the networks? Inconceivable. Unless, like me, they're stuck in their locations, relying on food and soda from machines in the lounge, hoping and praying that the power stays on, or feeding their own power plants with what's left of their physical plant reserves. Maybe it's the mystical crap that stoicholic touched on, as if someone is trying to rectify things or provide recompense. You can't rectify or recompense the annihilation of a species. Or is it kingdom? Phylum? Class? Whatever. Logging into his podcast from outside his account, he spun up the interviews starting with brokers. Hearing Molly's voice reminded him of how much he missed her. Without glancing again at the laptop, he leaned back in his chair and listened intently as the 3 remaining interviews streamed out in succession. At the end of the podcasts, Peter thought he should check his email and messaging apps once again. He couldn't believe what he saw. Jennifer, he shouted. Alive? Why an email? Jennifer, listening to podcast now, we must be on the same networks between the schools. They're doing something DoD related, I guess, and need to keep the inter-campus links and power going. Most feeds are dead. I'm going stir crazy without them. Not sick yet and no symptoms, thank God. Meet halfway? Stay away from bodies, birds, rats. Bugs even. Who knows? Spray shoes with ammonia. Kills toxo and plague, I hear. Touch nothing, not even me. Okay? His hands shook. Peter? Where's halfway? He waited anxiously for a reply. One arrived a few minutes later. Jennifer. So glad. Central Square. Wear brown clothes. Nothing shiny. Use a dark hat, even brown shoe polish on face. Blend into buildings and shrubs. Infected mechs see movement, bright colors shiny, and they attack. Peter. Why? Jennifer. Toxo mixed with trout DNA. Peter. No, why meat? Jennifer. 2 are stronger than 1. I'll bring my food in backpack. Scavenge the rest. Peter. When? Jennifer. Now. Not safe at my house. Exposed broken windows. Yours better? Peter. Yes. But we could die. Mechs and death everywhere. High risk. Jennifer. Will likely die regardless, only a matter of time. Prefer to die together. Good. Peter estimated Central Square was 6 blocks of travel for him in broad daylight. For her, it was 8. Either way, it was extremely risky. On the other hand, 2 might be better off surviving this tragedy than 1. Peter. Leaving in 5. Grabbing a bottle of cleaner I'll place outside for shoes. Jennifer. Great. Antibacterial spray also. When close, hide at bushes or cars. Wait for clearing and no mechs visible. I'll come from southwest, you'll be from northeast. Stand out visibly for a few seconds. Move very slowly, then go back to hide. I'll do the same until we spot each other. I'll run to you, and we'll keep running to your place. See you in a few. Peter sprang up from his seat, his heart beating wildly. He shed his clothes and donned his black cold-weather cycling jacket and pants. Snatching a bottle of spray cleaner from beneath his bathroom sink, he took a quick scan from his porch window. No sign of movement. Then he ran. It was only a day since he had come from northwest Cambridge, and now he was running west again. Is this a stupid plan? He wondered. No signs of life here other than me. If anyone is alive, they could be watching from windows, but would they care? She's in trouble. Don't doubt yourself. Dodging the bodies of birds, squirrels, dogs, and people, he made it to the northeast edge of Central Square within minutes. Although her southwest approach had convenient bushes in which she could hide, his northeast corner was devoid of plant life. Worse yet, the subway entrances were on both sides of Massachusetts Avenue, convenient hangouts for any mechs in the area. He crouched in waiting behind the trunk of the only tree on Prospect Avenue, then slowly stepped for a moment into the open and returned. Peeking out from his hiding place, he nervously waited for Jennifer to show herself. A minute passed, then he heard her scream, "Peter?" Jumping out from his crouched position, he scanned the square. No sign. Where is she? He fretted. In stepping out onto the road, he was now exposed to anyone at the intersection. He watched as 3 mechs emerged from the bushes at Western Avenue. They, no doubt, had found Jennifer. She's dead, he thought. Get the hell out of here. Peter turned and began to run back home, knowing it was futile. So many mechs had begun integrating machine tech and clipper musculature in their legs that they would likely catch up with him, despite his lead. He was surprised he made it out alive from the Harvard Square chase, and he knew this would be his final moments on Earth. Spotting an abandoned bike across the street, he hopped on and started pedaling as fast as he could while changing gears. 30 mph at least, he thought. He felt a rock hit the bike's frame, and another large one slammed into the ground in front of him. Throwing rocks again. Good sign. I'm outrunning them. Not daring to turn his head, Peter raced through the streets, weaving through an obstacle course of cars and bodies. He took a circuitous route home, away from major intersections, then dumped the bicycle near his house on Washington Street. Short concentration spans. Pursued only a few blocks. Must be the trout DNA, he considered, out of breath and sweating profusely from the chase. Sneaking to his front porch, he sprayed his hands with the cleaner, then his shoes. Fearful the bike seat might be infected, he shed his cycling pants on the front porch, setting his bare butt on the porch's freezing concrete. Half naked, he entered his house and toweled off his sweat before donning clean clothes. Once in the silence of his home, Peter closed his eyes and cried out loud, "Jennifer, lovely Jennifer. My God, what have we done?" Peter was dazed, knowing that this one little instance of life or death was a microcosm of so many similar events happening across the globe. Jennifer and he were just 2 of the billions trying to survive a few days longer in a world of greed-driven technological zealotry and intentional ethical ignorance. Predictable, but unpredicted. He could only imagine Jennifer's face, marked by her temple chips and those big blue eyes. The waning of humanity is near, he grieved. But I can't go out this way. Ears and Molly. They'd expect more. I'll do one for posterity. My final podcast. Episode 28, Last Days. To my loyal listeners. Peter's left hand was shaking as he adjusted the old sound mixer. He was unaccustomed to this, thinking about what he would say while managing the audio engineering that Molly always handled. Molly, he interjected with a moan, finding it hard to grasp he was back on air. Forgive the sound quality. She's not here, and perhaps not with us at all. I'm having to go it alone, on this freezing Cambridge morning in late October 2037. This podcast is live and being stored or played out on a server somewhere, I hope. Storage is a thing for future uses and likely matters no longer to no human, well, possibly alien archivers, assuming they ever get here. To those of you with grid power who still retain an internet connection, you can guess what I'm about to say, but please stick with me through this last show of our series. A lamp crashed behind him, and he spun around to be sure nobody was entering his garage studio. He apologized. Sorry about that. Shaky ground here with buildings coming down. You understand all too well. He stopped for a moment, noticing his hand smeared a streak of crimson across the mixer. Crap, I'm bleeding somewhere, or it's someone else's blood. I can't tell any longer. Reaching for Molly's beloved red spiral binder, he opened it to her final entry. I appreciate those of you who sent in questions and comments from prior calls. Molly wrote them down, and I'll try to get to them if I'm not rudely interrupted. He turned his leather swivel chair to the side and closed his eyes, then forced himself back to the microphone. You've been the greatest fans to me and to my friends come and gone, like Molly and Ears. Loved that guy. Lost another love yesterday, to radicalized mechs, as if there's any other kind. But we who still breathe have lost many. Tears streamed down his face and plopped onto the desk. I'll do the best I can despite a world boiled like a Fenway Frank in utter death and disarray. This is my last podcast and likely one of the last podcasts of humankind. Yesterday, I streamed the other final interviews from our series, Brokers, Hats, and Stoicholic. They're playing on any server I could find that was still working, or they're lost in the ether that was humanity's voice. Either way, it was a great 4 years before it unraveled, and I'd be nowhere without you. You were my sustenance and kept me going. But I'll make it through. As my grandma used to say, buckle down, face the cold wind, pitch your last pitch and make it a fastball. He clicked on his tablet to run the Uncovering Science podcast 10-second lead in jingle. That's the last time we'll be forced to suffer the stupid guitar riff Molly liked. Her old boyfriend made it, the idiot. Well, at least he's likely gone too. You don't hit a woman ever, but then I suppose all the idiots are dead or soon will be. The jingle stopped, and there was a moment of silence. I'll start from the top like I used to do, as if nothing is different about this day. So here we go. Grabbing his sweat-stained Red Sox cap, Peter placed it brim backward on his balding head, then took a deep breath. Hello fans of all things science and tech. This is the Uncovering Science podcast with your host Peter Scott, and today we will discuss the end of the world and how we got here. He emitted an accidental laugh that emerged from somewhere below his diaphragm. What was that old song from the late 1990s? Something about this being the end of the world, as we know it. I can't recall. Please bear with me. I need to take a swig. He reached for an uncapped, half-full water bottle. Water in disposable plastic containers. Freaking reminder of our throwaway mentality. Humanity is impermanent. The water survives in some form, and the plastic disperses and disintegrates over eons. I think it was episode 20-something. What I'd give to return back to that time and those all-too-simple problems of mankind's earthly abuses and aberrations. Peter turned again to check the door from his garage to the house, ensuring that nobody was trying to enter, and his eyes scanned the chrome bolt lock to confirm it was in place. He loved this makeshift studio. It was his parents' home, where he had grown up. They were in Minnesota, perhaps alive, probably dead. So many were dead, and it wouldn't stop. Sections of the acoustic foam he had recently reapplied to the garage door were falling down, exposing the insulation underneath. He thought momentarily about repairing it. Dropping his head, he uttered, "I may die here, and it could be today. Worse yet, I may get no warning. Whatever it is, whatever of the myriad plagues released, I doubt I'll survive them much longer. I'm not special. Duck the blade one too many times. Being in this city I loved so long, I hate to admit that it is not my treasured place as it once was." Unconcerned about the sound quality, he pushed the pop filter aside. "Unlike my other podcasts, there are no guests today. It's not that they wouldn't come if they could. They can't participate when they're dead or unable to travel without the imminent threat of death. The fact that the power is on in Cambridge is a miracle, or that I can ping the server network and find it's still up. The resilience they built into these backbones, all the way to the network endpoints, is amazing. Kudos to those power and network engineers who imagined such a versatile system, whether wired or wireless. You've got to love them for creating something that will outlast the humans that made it." Peter stopped again and stared longingly at the newspaper cutout on his wall that read, "Obelisk crash lands on Saskatchewan farm, the Wanning from an alien race." It was almost funny then. The editors were so flustered to report out on this revelation, they forgot to use spell check on the heading. He shuddered at what had transpired since that day. "I'll do this podcast, but I can't guarantee you it won't abruptly end, as every end is unpleasant and unplanned these days. Without Molly to help me prepare, without my usual guests to interview, I'm lost on how to begin." He peered again at the blood on his hand, reminding him to check to see if he was injured by his latest run-in. Peter pulled up his red plaid shirt, one of his favorites, fingers searching for the cold, thick wetness of blood and signs of a wound. Bunching up his t-shirt, he felt around his ribcage for bullet holes. "I see nothing here. Blood is on me, but I can't find a wound anywhere unless it's draining from that perennial hole in my head. Sorry. My terrible sense of humor is not appropriate, not in these times, these last days. For the show's old-timers, those who were with us before we attracted the larger crowds, you'll recall our original charter. Our goal was to report with clarity on science topics. I mean, hell, here we are in Cambridge, Massachusetts. If science wasn't happening in this town, it wasn't happening at all, or so we believed. Democracy is normally a good thing, but the democratization of gene editing and other virulent tech. Well, crap, we've learned hard lessons these days." Peter paused and took another drink of water. He was unusually thirsty, and anything out of the ordinary, any odd behavior, was a bad sign. "In the last 2 months, we manufactured our destiny and energized creation, both good and bad, but mostly bad. It was evident every day in the media with each discovery. A new use, a new way to capitalize and profit on tech, a potential defense of any impending threat. That's what it was for, right? We were protecting ourselves from the threat, the wondrous doom, the presumed and much anticipated invasion. And in these last dozen weeks of interviewing our guests, we got to see firsthand what some were doing in response. And to think those few guests were a fraction of such characters in the global mix. We only interviewed people who lived in the Boston area or were stopping by our city for another purpose. A proverbial drop in the freaking bucket of existential experimenters. Democratizing this tech killed us. Hey, give me a second as I need to ensure we're still on air." 3 vid screens were arrayed in front of him, one with a map of the server network. Peter ran a few pings. "Can some of you try to email me? Good old trusty email. Mine still shows it's alive. Cell system is out in Boston, and I assume that is a global reality by now. Please somebody just ping me." He returned to his microphone. "At this late stage I can't help but get philosophical on you, so bear with me. This was an everyman podcast or every person. Whatever. I wanted to help people understand and appreciate the technology. By God, we didn't intend to cause a ruckus or contribute to the fray, and I'm uncertain how the hell that happened. Molly and I were simply interviewing people. Surely the podcast was a bellwether, a sign of what was going on everywhere, or it was because we ran it from Cambridge, home to great minds and great institutions. I was fulfilling the original charter, the innocently constructive charter, but it unintentionally got corrupted along the way. Not just here, not just in Cambridge or Boston or the States for that matter. Things got corrupted everywhere, and they were corruptible long before this podcast started. Other podcasters were doing the same thing, just none that got so amped up and electrified as us. A dog barked in the distance, the same hound the neighbors left out to whine incessantly for all to enjoy. It too would meet its end soon, he thought with some small pleasure. I'm not suggesting that I wasn't part of the problem. Doubtless our podcast was a town crier of sorts. What the hell? A podcast can't change the freaking world. Were people talking? Just conversation. He paused, wondering how much of that was his own rationalization of innocence. Odd if you ponder it, that Boston was the center of global democracy. It's where the idea got legs on this continent. I can't distort the greatness that was democracy, so I hate to use that word democratizing to describe what just happened to us. But the bar kept getting lower and lower for meddling in volatile tech. Too low. I suppose that's democratizing for lack of a better term. We should have considered the implications of where we were headed. Hell, a fifth grader could buy a kit to modify the DNA of viruses and bacteria, and that was a decade ago. We should have understood it then, but by that time it was too late. He looked around the dimly lit garage, and remembered how it brightened when Molly and guests were there. We might have controlled things better, but it doesn't mean the Chinese would have complied with any global mandates, or the Bulgarians or my friends north of the border, or name your trillionaire or autocrat. We had a caustic mix of biology, chemistry, physics, genetics, time, and humanity, all focused on the one goal of mitigating our threat exposure. But it appears that was far from our only goal, and many sub-goals distorted the outcome. We spoke of chaos theory in podcast number 33, I believe. Remember the double-rod pendulum, and how a small variation had a massive eventual effect. Well, we had lots and lots of small things happening, whether it was our little garage experimenters, industry, or the hallowed halls of institutions and governments. Some of them impacted the big things like human decency, ecology, fear, politics, and I can't forget genetics. If historians could add one last entry into the book of humanity, it might say that chaos theory got to us. How little gene drives and scroll tech were allowed to go hog wild, ultimately screwing the proverbial pooch. But I digress. Peter peered back at the screen that displayed his email account. Ah, got an email. Somebody is indeed out there on the other end. He noticed the address was not from a familiar fan, and the subject line showed a single question mark. I'll read the message out loud, assuming it's not too gruesome. His jaw dropped, and the letters fell from his mouth. HMNM. It was Molly. That was their simple abbreviation, to get the other's attention. They'd often use it when shifting notes during a podcast. Help me now, he whispered. At that moment, he detected a noise in the kitchen, then jumped from his chair at an ominous pounding on the garage door to the house. A raspy voice screamed from the other side, "Open and face your death. I smell you in there." He could fight no longer. Jesus, a mech with olfactory GD. Another fist pounding and shove at the door caused the lock to split the door jamb. The mech pushed his arm through. Peter's makeshift barrier was not working. "I'm dead," he sputtered into the mic. End of Amygdala Hijack Part 3, The Wasting. About the author. Blade Cort writes age engineering and longevity science fiction, as well as genetic engineering science fiction novels and plays that are mercilessly littered with pedantic discourse, pointless diatribes, and persistent droning about humanity's pervasive derelictions. The pulp drivel exhumed from his keyboard is as terrifying and graceless as overcooked cafeteria peas. Visit https://www.bladecort.com.